Yeah. How do you ensure the availability, quality, and reliability of the supply of doctors? The reason I ask is because I've seen this product elsewhere, and what happens is that the doctors, it's very hard to get the doctors to get a doctor's appointment. And when you get to the appointment, they cancel last minute. And so the patient's interests are really hurt because they waited for like a day or a few hours for to make the appointment, and then the doctor suddenly like cancels the appointment because he has to do something else. So how do you make sure that that doesn't like destroy your platform? Because once you lose trust, like the user's not going to come back. And the other thing is, how do you collect health data like blood pressure and heart rate and all that, so the doctors can make the right judgment and diagnoses?
Yeah, thank you. As I said in the beginning, and I agree with you that there's all these inefficiencies. So in the beginning, we are going to work with the few people that we've done our due diligence and are very confident that they will be able to do the work. And as we expand and definitely work with other healthcare providers, we will make sure that they also abide with what we want to do. But definitely, we are still sort of navigating that, because I agree with you, there is that inefficiencies that that can disrupt the healthcare journey. Regarding the tracking of the test or the results, regarding the tracking of the test and the results, our platform is built, we are using a blockchain to build this platform, which allow individuals to sort of have a record of all the tests that they've done. And so what they have to do is that once they go and see their healthcare provider, all they do is to scan all they do is to log into their account. And because it's built on blockchain, it has a lot of, it has a track of all the tests that they've done in the past. And then they can show you to the healthcare provider for the person to do, for the person to have that proper diagnosis.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you so much. Big applause for Jose and One Health Plus. Next, we'll have Prami. Welcome, David. Yes.
I would like to start by telling you the story of Juan Barrantes, who is a current customer that unfortunately 2 years ago got an informal credit in order to build the second floor of his house. The life of Juan was affected dramatically since he had to pay interest rates about 150% annually, make daily payments, and face an abusive collection that made him feel in danger. This happens hundreds of times all over Colombia and Latin America, where less than 11% of the rural population can get access to formal credit. At Prami, we merge this reality with the great chance of growth of buy now, pay later models. For instance, in LATAM, 67% of stores have not offered this yet, although they could be selling up to 40% more. So what do we do at Prami? We give microcredits in the small towns and rural areas through light stores and in less than 15 minutes. We're so convenient and easy to use that we can access a credit request 100% through WhatsApp. We're also promoting what we call conscious shopping, which means that the purchase or the transaction is linked to a real customer need and could improve their quality of life. We do it by choosing very well our light stores, since they must be part of these industries. The market is huge, since this happens in most emerging markets, not only in Latin America, but just take into account Latin America, we have a market of 27 billion. And if we take into account the most addressable markets, we have a market of 680 million. We started this year with 9 Allied stores, and this 2023 is where most of our growth has come. We finished the last Q with 130 Allied stores, 250K in total credit origination, and more than 700 credits disbursed with an average ticket of $355. Our income is growing 30% month by month. So what's next for Prami? Keep promoting financial inclusion in the most remote regions, not only in Colombia, but also in more emerging markets. We're expecting to finish 2024 with 1,000 Untitled stores and reach our first 2.5 million in credit origination. Regarding our collection, it's going pretty well. Our 90 days receivable rate is at 2%, which is way far from the 8% of the microcredit industry. And the credit portfolio is covered by well-known national institutes up to 8%. How Prami works. So the credit is originated by the Untitled store. Thanks to Prami, they can approve that credit in less than 15 minutes. The product or the service is given directly that day to the final customer, and the credit is disbursed in less than 15 days to the Untitled store. Our revenue comes from a 4% commission paid by the Untitled store and a monthly interest rate paid by the final customer, which is very similar of what is charging nowadays a credit card in Colombia. Among our most important competitors are the informal credit market, the traditional banks, and the fintech sector. And we differentiate from them by being faster in the disbursements, having a focus on small towns and rural areas, by having a competitive interest rate, and also by having the tech product 100% in WhatsApp, which is quite convenient and quite easy to use for the final customer at the Untitled store. The team is composed by Felipe Torres, CEO with experience in portfolio recovery and the hardware industry in rural areas of Colombia. David Diaz, CTO with experience leading high-tech teams in different startups. Sebastian Cala, our COO, who is finishing his double degree in Germany. And myself, David Garcia, with experience in sales and growth area in different startups as well. We're also counting with a financial advisory board with more than 10 years of experience in companies like Citibank, Scandia, and the Latin American Reserve Fund. The price will help us a lot, but we need more money, unfortunately. We're asking for a 250K in a capitalization of 5 million in order to keep developing the tech product. We want it to be 100% automated in WhatsApp, implement analytics and machine learning in the credit risk policy, and AI in the early and preventive debt collection process, and also for growth in the sales department. Thank you very much, and join us in promoting financial inclusion in emerging markets.
Okay, we'll move on to questions from judges. Matthew, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. What is the data that goes into the credit scoring? How do you link to customer data at the retailer? And also, who is financing the balance sheet here? Is the retailer contributing some of that? I know in many of these markets, retailers commonly advance products to their local customers who they know. So is this just a formalization of that practice that was already going on? Or is this an additional amount of lending, and is the retailer contributing some of the liquidity? Or is that all a debt finance that that Prami will eventually have to run on its balance sheet?
Yeah, right now, thanks for your question. The whole the money has been raised through debt, not through equity. 100%. Just asking for friends, family, angel investors, and family officers that have been helping us during this time. The data comes primarily from local providers, and it has been very helpful during this initial phase. But if we really want to have an impact in Colombia and in all the region and all the world, we really need to create our own credit risk data. If we're nowadays collecting it, no one else is collecting it, so we have a valuable asset in there. Now we need like the investment in order to produce it and to make it valuable for us, for example, with machine learning.
What kind of data are you using, and how do you determine who to lend to today?
Well, we are getting the behavior, the financial behavior of the customer. That one is one of them. For example, the capacity that he or she has to get a new loan with us. It's another one. Also, we are asking for the demographic data, like where they live, what is the recurrent income they have, are some of the data we are collecting nowadays, and we will try to use it for the machine learning in the risk policy. I don't know if I missed something.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. Just 2 questions. One is, can you describe the gender dynamics of the ultimate borrowers? You know, how many of those borrowers are women? And then second question is, have you looked at the debt that is being created, and just how is this affecting the leverage of the actual end user, the microfinance borrower, in terms of the increase in consumption and purchasing?
Well, thank you for your question. Regarding the first one, it's almost half and half, like half are women. Most of them are the leaders of their family, and the other half are men. Like it's very well distributed among the population we're impacting. And the second one, I didn't get it.
So maybe just to follow on the first one, have you considered increasing the gender representation on your team to represent the customers that you're serving?
On our team?
Yeah, because it looked like there were 4 men who are the team. Have you considered adding a woman since you're serving 50% of your customers are female?
Good question. Yes, like as I showed, the founders right now are men, but like our first employee, it's a woman, and she's helping us a lot with the credit generation, and that's what we wanted to do, because we are unfortunately all men, and as you said, new vision, it's very valuable for us, and a different perspectives as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, thank you again. Just a quick question. So I'm very familiar with Adi. That's one of probably the leading players in Colombia. I know that they're expanding to all of LATAM, but they've been facing pretty difficult challenges with their net interest margin given rising interest rates. Why do you think that the rural areas are more addressable than urban areas, just given the depth of the market? And how would you say you differentiate from Adi?
Perfect. Thanks for your question. Yes, like I said, we have a special focus on rural areas of Colombia, and it has been a region and parts of the country that has been completely neglected by the company and the traditional banks, and fully by the informal credit market. So there is a huge necessity in this market for formalization, and Adi is not focusing just on rural areas. So they are focusing mainly in the most important cities of Colombia and LATAM. So that's one of our main differentiators. Also, the rural areas of Colombia and most in Latin America, they are not familiar with technology. They are very resilient. They don't even know what is a credit card, and they don't want one. So as in this using buy now, pay later models, we do a huge work in formalization, and they get formal credits through us.
Thank you so much. Big applause for Prami. Now on to our last finalist, Satellites on Fire. Big applause, please.
Hi, my name is Matias Scandarani, and today I want to tell you more about Satellites on Fire. Sorry, could I ask you to... Thank you very much. Start again. In 2020, we witnessed his family friends losing their home to wildfires in Argentina. We couldn't stand still. From that moment, we decided we wanted to solve this problem, and we started to speak with more than 100 people that worked on a daily basis with wildfires. We got to know the problem very deeply. The key to stop a fire propagation is to detect it early, and organizations are noticing them too late. Each hectare of forest burn costs $30,000 and can take up to 20 years to be productive again. But don't worry, there's hope. Satellites on Fire is a wildfire early alert system using satellites imagery, camera detection, and AI. We help enterprises, landowners, and governments to tackle their fires in time and reduce their losses. Let's see a testimonial of Julio Simon, who monitors landowners' areas. He mentioned that with our system, he has information every 10 minutes, monitoring intensity and speed of the wildfires. While with NASA system, this can take up to several hours or even days in appearing. We are in a new and growing market, in the fastest growing moment of the satellites industry. We are the only ones that are combining camera detection, satellite detection, and software-based strategies. This enables us to provide information in much more territory, to be faster detection for our clients, and to be super scalable, being at the forefront of the satellite industry. We make money with a freemium B2B business model. We charge a monthly subscription to our customers that are every organization with lands for our early alert system. It's key to know that since we started commercializing 1.5 years ago, no customer has unsubscribed, as they value our detection as faster and more precise than NASA's. Talking about traction, we have more than 2,000 monthly active users in 8 different countries that we reach them only by word of mouth and recommendations. We have raised 460K, and we are currently monitoring 500 million hectares of users. That is an equivalent of 3,000 times the area of California. We're a team of 4 under 22 years old. Uli, our CTO, was the best Argentinian programmer in the International Olympiads of Informatics. Joaco, our COO, won a Harvard competition this year. Fran, our CEO, has been shortlisted as one of the top 40 innovators globally. I am the CMO of Satellites on Fire, and I was the VP of an NGO that fights against childhood malnutrition in Argentina. We are also being part of Techstars Accelerator, second best accelerator in the world, and we have strategic investors with more than 40 years in the agro industry and unicorn companies. Talking about our financial growth, this year we went in a 16 increase from 2022 to 2023. For our next year, we are planning a 5x increase. We want to predict where the next wildfire is going to ignite. The problem is that current models are only monitoring fuel and climate data. Why is this wrong? Well, 95% of the wildfires are generated by human and not only by natural causes. Also, the current models are just a risk analysis and are not a call to action for putting out wildfires. So with our solution, this is our next goal that we are aiming for, we are going to take into account all the data that is already being used and combine it with more factors that are more important. For example, topography, fire history, such as location and past fires in those areas, and human activity, such as electricity cables, routes, and campfires. With this, we are going to alert more than 80 fire stations, so they know where the next wildfire is going to ignite. This will enable them to take early precautions, saving lives, their assets, and biodiversity. Together, let's use the power of technology to protect our communities and our planet. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. We'll move on to questions from the judges. We have one question online. Matthew?
Thanks. Really interesting presentation. I'm a little bit unclear on the division here between predictive, looking at fuel sources and climate and so on, versus what you're observing and notification from the satellite imagery. So if you could clarify a little bit, what that mix is. Second, I presume you're not running your own satellite network, so you're getting data from existing satellites. And then the question is, what's your competitive moat? That data is not proprietary to you. What keeps somebody else from creating a similar system that notifies based on what you and they can see from the satellite data?
Perfect. Thank you for your question. I will start with the first one. The wildfire area has 3 stages. You have prediction, detection, and suppression. In the vision of our company, we want to cover all of them. We start with detection, and we are really good at it. And all the clients that we have are with our early alert system, in which we detect when a wildfire is happening. We do it with satellite imagery, camera detection, and AI. Then, with this price, we want to start our prediction model. And this is what we're aiming for in terms of improving our product. That is better clear, or I need to amplify in that?
That's
Okay,
clear to me.
I'll move
Thanks. Then the question about data
Perfect.
and competitive modes.
Perfect. Okay, so in terms of the second question, yes, all the satellites that we use are free. And this is great because this makes us super scalable. And then, of course, comes the question of, okay, what makes us different? So we are combining these 4 satellites that are from NASA and are free, and 2 more satellites that NASA has with NOAA. We combine all that information, and we started to create our property of the model. Then we are not only depending on satellites anymore. An example of this is the camera detection. We had improved our camera, and we launched it this year. So we are not only depending on the satellites, and we can offer our clients a more robust product. And that's also create entry barriers for the other competitors that are only focusing on satellites. The difference is that our focus is not on having the best satellites, but to solving the problem of wildfires. And in that area, we are focusing all around it. For example, now we are also speaking with a air sensor company to see if we can make experiments to detect wildfires with that too. So we are improving all the time our product, so we don't depend no longer on satellites on fire and on satellites, and that gives us the advantage in the market. Besides, we are first movers.
Is that camera network your own, or are those the cameras that are in other people's existing networks?
Perfect. It can be both. If our client already has the camera, we connect to the cameras, we rotate them automatically, and with AI, we detect the wildfires and we send images to those clients. If they don't have the camera, we have partners that install them for us. But the cameras are not from our company. We are 100% software-based.
Thank you so much, Matthias. Big applause to Satellites on Fire.
Thank you.
That concludes our pitch competition. Thank you so much. And one more time, big applause to all the teams that they made it so far and made the best one win. Now, a quick just thank you to all the judges that agreed to help us evaluate all the teams. Massive thank you to Mark Mobius, who's also the sponsor of this pitch competition, Sebastian, Molin Gassman, Johnson Cheng, Heather Henyon in person, Ishan Gwenk in person as well, Momina, Oliver, Matthew, and Carlos, who are all online. Thank you so much, and we'll move on to the next stage. Shivani?
Thank you so much, Matush. Before we start our next event, Dean Andrew Hurley would like to say a few words, so I'd like to invite him up.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Are we not happy to be here at the Emerging Markets Institute Conference? Thank you. I want to hear you. I'm so grateful that all of you are here attending. Thank you to all the participants on the panels, the students, the student pitch competition participants. But I want to just simply take this moment to have you join me in thanking our dear benevolent leader, Lourdes Casanova, who is running all of this. Thank you, Lourdes, for all the good things you're doing for this Emerging Markets Institute. And I am going to now, because I know we're running late on time, step aside and let the panel go. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dean Caroli. I'm really excited to announce our next panel. It's on central bank digital currencies and AI, looking back and looking forward. The introduction of a diverse array of financial technologies, including blockchain-enabled tokens and digital currencies, has been heralded for its ability to broaden markets and provide global inclusivity for countries with emerging markets. But how will these new various assets work with each other? This panel will be moderated by Francesco Del Vecchio, Managing Director of Moelis & Company. Thank you so much, Francesco, and the panelists.
Hello, can you hear us? Yeah, sounds like. Okay, good. Well, good morning. Yeah, still morning. Great. Thank you. Thank you for your time. This is a pretty interesting panel, and it's also quite timely. So I'll just make a quick introduction to the speakers, and we have a series of questions we'd like to ask the panelists. I personally don't actually know much about this space, so I'll be learning as much from the experts on the call and in the room as the rest of you. I'm Francesco, as mentioned. Got Rustam, who's a senior lecturer at the business school, and Ninda Dutta, who's a senior partner at EY. Mark Mobius, who we all know is a founding partner of Mobius Capital Partners, and Matthew Saul, who actually is on, I think. So I think the first question, I guess for the benefit of the audience and quite frankly for me, maybe we'll start with you. What is the actual difference between digital and crypto? Because it's become very topical, and maybe if you could just highlight a couple of bullet points, that would be helpful.
Of course, the great thing about new industries is that you get to define them the way you want. So I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, so there's really three distinct segments of this market. One is what's called a digital currency. The other thing is what's called a UPI, or a universal product interface, if I'm not mistaken, payment interface. And the third is crypto. And while they all have the same objective, which is to take something that's in the physical realm and put it into the economic realm, the how and the why are very different. A digital currency is basically a digital form for whatever currency you're used to transacting in. So it could be a digital version of the US dollar or the Indian rupee, or whatever you might want to call it. A UPI is a way to connect consumers such as yourselves with bank transactions. Very similar to a digital currency, but not exactly the same. And then there's cryptocurrency, which is way out there. It's actually vastly different than either of those two because it's built on a technology called blockchain. And one of the key differentiators of a blockchain technology is that it doesn't have to have any central banking influence or interference or decision making. It's decentralized. And so all three of those are really fundamentally different, but all driving towards this future of economic payment.
Maybe Rustam, staying with you for this next one, and shifting gears a little bit, could you give some insight as to the tremendous success of mobile payments in emerging markets in general?
Yeah, so the only real data I have, unfortunately, is that of India, because I kind of saw this firsthand. UPI, essentially what it did was it democratized using electronic payments in that particular geography. And a great data point I love to share is that sometimes good stuff happens just because it's the right time. And if you look at UPI transactions in India in January of 2020, there were about 1 billion transactions a year being processed through this system. And guess what? Next thing you know, COVID happens, and the entire world is scrambling to find a way to make commerce happen contactless. And India got the memo. September of 2023, that number is now 10.23 billion transactions a month. It's up tenfold in less than 3 years. And that's the power of this technology. It not only moves it into the hands of many, many consumers, it's scalable, it's low cost, and it's contactless.
That's super helpful. And then turning to you on a couple of the AI related questions. Can you hear us okay, by the way?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Great. Yeah, perfectly. Yeah. So I guess, what do you see, broadly speaking, I know it's kind of a broad question, but the benefits of AI in general for emerging markets? And I'll ask a related question after that.
Sure. Thanks, Francesco. Actually, I'm sitting currently in Singapore, so it's kind of the hotbed of AI in Asia, et cetera. We'll talk more about that. So I think within the emerging markets, AI is being used in a number of different ways, whether it's managing customers, managing operations, managing support functions. So I'll give you maybe 3 real quick use cases. Agribusiness, right? There are specific AI apps being developed. There's one that's being done in Kenya called Neural, and it's to check on leaf damage. You put it through the app, it checks all of the different parameters, tells you kind of what the diagnosis is, et cetera. So it really empowers the farmer with this piece of technology and AI. Second, specific to healthcare, AI is now being used in emerging markets for diagnosis, remote telehealth, et cetera. So there's a lot of different possibilities, and then also manufacturing, where the infrastructure is not as robust. So emerging markets particularly have taken kind of a starting position, a leadership position in the use of AI.
And as a follow-up, that's super helpful. As a follow-up to that, are there any changes regarding the types of AI that are being used?
Well, I mean, if you take just context of we were talking about mobile payments earlier, right? There's different AI can be used in many different ways, right? I mean, besides the banking side of it, I mean, there's the whole surround. So AI can help in fraud detection, notification, all of the irregular patterns that happens with mobile banking. That's kind of one. Second, with the KYC situation, with the customer profiling and onboarding, and again, making sure all of the right checks and balances are put in place. AI can kind of be a great enabler. And then the third piece is customer service, right? I mean, I think gone are the days of just the call centers, which are still there, but it's enabled dramatically with AI and some of the knowledge bases that AI can provide as we're providing better customer service. Hope that helps.
And finally, any major differences between emerging markets and more developed markets in the use of AI?
Yeah, I think again, there's a lot of stats out there, but I think China and the U.S. in particular are kind of have taken a really big lead in AI initiatives. China more for AI applications. The U.S. has a lot of fundamental AI development going on, but in Asia in particular, just from where I'm at, just to give you a stat, there's a massive investment by the governments, by companies, and 61% of the global population lives in Asia, and AI is expected to add $1 trillion by 2030. So there's some massive projections and kind of massive investments. So you can just see that the developing markets are certainly looking to be the hotbed of AI going forward. And so I think there's a lot of promise in the days to come.
Mark, maybe turning to you on the next couple of questions, because this is more around CBDCs, the central bank digital currencies. they've been launched, as far as we can tell, predominantly in emerging market economies. Why do you think that is?
Sorry, I didn't get we lost the sound for a while.
Okay, I can repeat the question. So the central bank digital currencies have been launched predominantly in emerging market economies. I guess the question is, why do you think that is? Hey, Mark, just wondering if you heard that question. I can repeat it again if that's helpful.
No, yeah. Could you repeat the question, please?
Oh, certainly. Sorry. Okay, so it's regarding the central bank digital currencies. It sounds like they've been launched predominantly in emerging market economies. Why do you think that is, and how do you think that plays out in the future?
Well, the central bank digital currencies, and by the way, Lourdes and I are working on a book which we hope will come out next year about this particular subject. But the whole idea of central bank digital currencies is for central banks to get a hold of this digital revolution and compete with the likes of Bitcoin and all these other cryptocurrencies. In other words, they want to take back the power, if you will, of what Bitcoin and these other digital currencies have taken away. Now, the advantage, and by the way, probably one of the reasons why it's so exciting to allow these emerging market countries is because many of these countries are not democracies. China is probably the best example. And these countries would like to be able to control the flow of money into the hands of the population. So with a central bank digital currency, you will be able to determine how much people will spend, where they will spend it, and when they will spend it. So this is very, very attractive for countries like China, where you have, a system where the Communist Party is in control. In an environment which is more democratic, it'll become very controversial. And so that's a problem. So I would say the big attraction, of course, is control by central banks.
No, that's helpful. I guess on that topic, do you foresee increased regulation as a result of that?
Yes, definitely there will be regulation if the central bank digital currencies are adopted, because the first thing the central banks will want to do is eliminate competition. So they will try to regulate any other competing currencies in the market. But I'm afraid the cat has gotten out of the bag already. It may be very difficult to put it back in again. And of course, one of the attractions of the digital currencies, the cryptocurrencies, is that it's beyond the control of central banks, at least at this time. Of course, in some countries like China, these cryptocurrencies have been banned, but it may be very difficult to do that on a global basis.
Got it. And then, although it's evolving, the adoption seems a little bit slower than maybe we would have expected. Why do you think that is? Is it sort of lack of trust in some of the governments? Is it sheer just technology issues? What do you think and maybe you can comment on this a little bit too. What do you think the rate of uptake will be, and why has it been a little bit slower than expected?
Well, the big problem, of course, with this is that you've got to have a testing phase. In other words, even in China, they've tried to test it in a few provinces, and there are many complications to adopting it. That's number one. Number two, as we learned when we visited Jamaica and talked to some of the people on the ground, they said they didn't like it because they didn't like central bank to control their money. Of course, they didn't realize that the central bank already is controlling money, but I think they went further to say they don't like the idea of being shut out of cash. In other words, they want to be able to use cash. So I think these are the barriers adoption, in addition to, of course, the technical aspects. There are huge technical challenges to adopt central bank digital currency. So all these factors are slowing the process down.
Yeah, if I may, a couple of thoughts on this. So firstly, if you recall, I'd mentioned that digital currencies are not cryptocurrencies. And so to the extent that an individual consumer like yourself wants to invest in cryptocurrency because of the decentralized nature of how it operates, you're not going to substitute that dollar invested in crypto for a dollar in digital currency. It's just not the same product. Okay. So while central banks may spend all the time they want trying to develop digital currencies, one of the reasons I feel they're not being adopted as fast as crypto is because it's a completely different product. The other thing you got to think about is that, again, I go back to India as an example. Timing is everything. When COVID hit, the UPI platform was ready, a digital currency wasn't. And so a vast swath of Indian young consumers have grown up using UPI without the existence of a digital currency. That begs the question, what value would the digital currency bring today that the UPI doesn't already offer to its consumers? So that's kind of where I stand on this topic.
No, exactly right. I agree with that completely, yes.
So realistically, 10 years from now, what is the landscape going to look like? I'll open it to the whole panel on that. Is it just going to be adopted and will become mainstream, or there'll still be some element of hard residual currency that's mostly in circulation?
Do you mean the central bank digital currencies?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I doubt if it will be universal. It'll be. Given the start so far, I doubt that this will become sort of the be end and end all of currency globally.
Audience, are there any questions from the audience on?
Yeah, I can come in on any of this.
Oh, hey, Matthew. Yeah, please.
Sorry to
jump
in on top of you or to preclude the audience, but wanted to share a couple of thoughts. First of all, going back to the question about mobile money and digital finance and financial inclusion. I mean, the global Findex data show that from around 2011 to 2021, account ownership increased globally from 51% to 76%. So we're now in a solid majority of people who have access to an account. And in the emerging markets, almost all of that growth was driven by mobile money accounts. So there's a really significant impact there. And I'd encourage anybody to look at the global Findex database that the World Bank maintains that has all of that data and country breakdowns. It's quite interesting. So that digital point of access has been significant, but it hasn't gone all the way towards inclusion, which is not only having access to financial products and a wallet and payments, but also access to credit, insurance, and other financial services and products and services. And that's where I think advanced data analytics, including AI, but not solely requiring that level, is becoming more and more important. We see data-driven lending as a way to overcome the challenges of lack of collateral or lack of credit history that face many of the people who are newly coming into finance, and the potential for more advanced systems, including AI, to take a role in helping to determine whether products are appropriate to provide for advances in consumer financial literacy, and to help make sure that any lending that's done is responsible. It's really a tremendous opportunity there. On the question of CBDCs, I think one of the challenges is the lack of a clear use case. And as some of the discussion has pointed out, if the idea is to substitute for cryptocurrencies, it's not quite the same. People are often investing in cryptocurrencies because of depreciation or inflation in the local currency. And moving them towards a CBDC, which is that local currency, is not going to substitute for the idea of avoiding inflation or having a different asset class by holding the cryptocurrency. At the same time, you have, in China, no clear user advantage from the central bank cryptocurrency versus what was already available in terms of readily and easily usable digital payments from Alipay and WePay and the like. And so the question is, what is the distinct use case for a central bank digital currency versus all the other digital payment methods that are already available and in people's wallets or phones?
Can't see
I think those are very, very good points. And the use case is a very critical one. And as I said, the best use case would be control, that for central banks to be able to control the use of the money. But of course, there are many barriers to that.
And there was some reporting that I think it was Brazil, there was some code in there that allowed for certain kinds of reporting and tracking of transactions, which of course is something that people who are used to using cash may not be too keen on.
Exactly.
Okay, there's some questions from the audience. I'll just read out and feel free to jump in. Is there a way to move that box? I'll start with the ones I can read. So I'll start with, what are some of the potential, this is a good question, pitfalls of a system like UPI? Where do they go? Where do CBDCs have the potential to be an equalizer for India and similar emerging market economies to the West? Maybe start with the pitfalls of UPI.
Security, security, and security. Really, that's it. So it's cheap, it's scalable, everybody loves it. How secure it is, I certainly don't know. And so the question would be, if, again, taking India as an example, if the central bank were to be able to develop a digital currency that was significantly more secure, both in use of the asset and also in protecting of the consumer's information, that could be a win.
I think the way a UPI will be introduced is going to be slightly different, or a UPI equivalent is going to be different in different markets. And where you have an extensively already banked population, you may be looking at open banking type of structures rather than UPI.
You're absolutely right. Actually, so there's two components to it. One is how much of your population is banked, and the other one is how much of your economy is in cash. Right? So one of the very interesting things that people don't speak about often in terms of digital currency is that it is also the central bank's attempt to pull a cash economy into a non-cash economy, because the minute you have a transaction on your phone, you've left a digital trace of the money you have and have transacted. That puts you into the tax pool, right? And so it's a little dark secret that central banks don't like to talk about, but it's important.
Well, it puts you into the tax pool, but it also puts you into the pool of people who may be able to establish a credit history or enough data to be eligible for credit. We find that the tracking of those transactions and the balances and inflows and outflows into those mobile money accounts is a key element of access to credit for many people. So there's going to be a trade-off for small retailers, for example, about how much they want to move out of the gray economy and into where their revenues are tracked, and how much benefit they would get from, say, access to a working capital line.
By the way, I'm speaking to you here in Hyderabad, India, and we've been here for about a week. We've been to 3 cities, and I've hardly used any cash. The only time we needed cash was when we had to go to a museum or some palace and pay a small amount for a ticket. Otherwise, everything is credit card or phone. So it's totally digitized. It's amazing.
Mark, have you been riding the auto rickshaws?
Not yet.
They still like cash.
But yeah, that's true. We'll probably use cash for that. But we've been using Uber, and of course, that's totally cashless.
Yeah, and very convenient.
Very convenient.
Okay, next question is, given the large push by mobile payments in financial inclusion in EM, to what extent do you think this can or has already provided other financial services to the consumer? Matthew, do you want to start with that one maybe, or Mark?
I didn't quite. Could you repeat the question again? I
Yeah,
didn't quite.
sure, I'll repeat. Given the large push by mobile payments in financial inclusion in EM, to what extent do you think this can or has already provided other financial services to the consumer?
It already has. I mean, if you look at the situation in Kenya with M-Pesa, there's a great example where people are now able to transfer money around the country with this mobile payments. It's quite amazing. And of course, that's extending into credit financing. It's quite remarkable to see that happening. And it's interesting to note that the innovation started in an emerging country, Kenya, not in a developed country. So it's quite good to see this happening. There's no question. There's going to be more and more of this happening.
I would concur. The mobile money has enabled the provision of many other financial services, ranging from credit to microinsurance. We were an early investor in a company called Branch, which does credit scoring based on data on payments and flows through the mobile money account, but provides then access to microcredits. We've seen many other businesses that are focused on varying value propositions, again, from microinsurance through to credit to small retailers and savings products being offered through the mobile phone interface, because you now have the access point solved and you can reach people. And again, an innovation that came from Kenya, even government bonds and savings instruments offered to individuals because they could pay it through and hold it through digital payments.
I thought I may have seen a question in the audience here live before the ones on the screen. Was there a question here? No? No, just go with these. Okay. The Europe one? Okay, so here's another question. Europe is advancing on regulating on e-money and digital euro. What benefits are they seeing that other emerging markets could adopt or think about?
Well,
Matthew, maybe start with that one.
The regulating of e-money and digital currencies, probably not a good idea, because the whole purpose is to have a free flow of transactions, and I'm afraid regulating them will slow things down a little bit too much. I mean, if you look at the development of e-money and digital currencies, you see that it's really blossomed and with no major problems. So I'm afraid that if they try to start regulating it, they may put a monkey wrench into the operations.
I'm going to present a little bit contrarian view there. I think last night's news out of the New York court about FTX, but also incidents like Wirecard, suggest that a certain amount of regulation and oversight in this space is required for customer safety. And I think we won't get to broad adoption without trust. And regulators can play a role in helping to ensure that the players are trustworthy. I think there's also a role for SROs and for industry itself to play. So I think we need to kind of balance between a heavy hand and a lighter hand that or a lighter touch that encourages further innovation, because the regulator doesn't know what new innovations the market is going to come up with, and we don't want to forestall something better from coming down because of excessive regulation. But I think a certain amount of oversight to ensure that these new instruments and providers are trustworthy and can therefore deliver to consumers, and consumers can then use them at scale, can be an important part to play in the evolution of this market. With respect to again, Europe and CBDCs, I'm not sure I know what the use case is yet, but there's much more happening in the market than any of us can individually see.
So I'm going to break ranks and ask a question, if that's okay. And it follows this topic of regulation. And historically, when you had fiat currencies, you had individual countries like the United States or Brazil or Colombia managing their own currency within their own state borders. The unique thing about crypto, of course, is that it's borderless. In fact, most of the time, you don't even know where it is. And so in an environment like that, how do you create that global regulatory regime that is enough to create consumer confidence, but not too much, and it kills the industry altogether?
Well, if you look at the growth of cryptocurrencies, you'll see that it's based on a global belief system. People get together and they believe together, and out of thin air, they were creating a currency. But the real value of these cryptocurrencies is the ability to transfer money from one place to the other without government interference. So if you begin to impose government regulation, then it kills the purpose of the system. Now, of course, a lot of people say, these transfers, cryptocurrency transfers, are done for bad reasons, drug money, etc., is being transferred, but it also could be done for good reasons. People who want to escape a dictatorial government for one reason or another want to transfer money out. So the cryptocurrencies can be very useful. So I think cryptocurrency and regulation don't mix. They don't seem to be together. Now, of course, people have got to be warned of the problems, but we've seen regulators, one after the other, missing the ability to protect consumers. If you look at the case of the recent case, FTX, there was no way that the regulators were able to stop that problem. And if you look back in the history of all of these problems, you'll see the regulators have been not effective. So the best is education of the consumer. And at the end of the day, that would be the way to help.
Let me share a statistic, or three actually, that might shed some light on this question. The first Bitcoin transaction was in January of 2009, and after 14 years, the average daily volume is around 500,000 transactions. Brazil's PIX launched, a fast payment system launched in November 2020. After under 3 years, they were running 20 million transactions per day. And UPI in India became available in August 2016. And after 7 years, it's got about 10 billion monthly transactions, or 320 million transactions per day. So we've got cryptocurrency, longest out there, only not even 1 million transactions a day. And these fiat money-based transfer systems running millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of transactions a day. So I don't think we have to much question about where the trust is and what consumers want to use and where they see valid use cases.
Yeah, very, very good point.
Okay, so I think that concludes this session. If there's any follow-ups, I guess we're going to address that separately. Really thank all the panelists from all over the world.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you so much to our panelists and Francesco for moderating a very interesting discussion on CBDCs and AI. Iris will distribute some gift bags that we have for you as a token of our appreciation. We will now take a lunch break. So please enjoy the lunch that is provided at the Tata Innovation Center in room 141 and 151. It's the building that's directly across the street from this building if you exit out through the back. Also, feel free to take advantage of the beautiful weather and explore Roosevelt Island. We will resume the program events at 1:15 p.m. when we'll host a panel on the launch of the 2023 EMI report. Thank you.
I am right now. Yeah.
Con Roberto. Ahora sí.
Ahora sí.
Lourdes, deja tu maletín. Lourdes. Lourdes en el medio.
Juan, sin los anteojos.
Justo antes de...
la pandemia, más cercano. ¿Qué no hay? Ahorita estoy haciendo el La verdad, muy interesante. Entonces, perspectivas
¿Quieres guardarlo?
Hi, Lourdes. Yeah? Yeah, you're
The new one.
supposed to start at 1:15.
I'm guessing that's 1:30.
Yeah.
By the time people lumber in.
That's the thing. It's hard enough to get them just back into a room, but to get them to cross from one building to another, it's gonna be, it's gonna be slow.
I have a dubious time. Hi there.
Momina, Momina is in Istanbul.
I really don't. We've got the script on. I'm hoping we had. That would be awesome. Schedule is on the script. So I'll show you. For now. Otherwise, I can do. I should be able to do it off my phone. Right? Yeah. It didn't really change from what. No, it didn't really change from what you circulated. I circulated the word document. Oh no. Okay. And just to let you know, Lorenzo up here once he activates his camera. Okay.
Okay, Momina said she was.
Yeah, of course. So I told Anne when you were having I'm going to switch this one to the Slido. So you guys can get questions there. But Lorenzo will stay up here.
Oye, no. A ver, solo hay dos. Las dos funcionan.
Ya, 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 sí. 1706. No, 1206. La mitad. Ya. Espero que la habitación esté limpia. Ya, ya, ya. No, no. Yo no me moveré ya. Joyce, yes. So Joyce is at what time? No? Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. But Joyce is in the
You're going to kick it off, correct?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Did you have lunch?
I did.
Thank you. Oh my God. Oh.
Well, I hope everyone had a great lunch, and we're excited for the second half of our conference here today, and excited to announce the launch of the 2023 EMI report. And here we have, of course, Lourdes Casanova, Director of the Emerging Markets Institute at the Johnson School, as well as Fred Oyalade from from Carleton University in Canada. We're joined by Anne Moreau, who is the Faculty Fellow for the Emerging Markets Institute. And we're also joined by Momina Aizadun at the Global Head of Microfinance at the IFC. Oh, Lorenzo Pavone is also joining us. Thank you. From the OECD, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to be moderating this exciting panel on the new EMI report. But before we get started, perhaps I should give a quick intro. So I'm Dr. Fred Olayele. I'm an economist and a professor with expertise in global trade and finance. I've worked across the US, Canada, Spain, and several African countries, primarily in the international trade and development spheres. I'm an expert on foreign direct investment, and I've done a lot across Africa and Canada. And I also, a while ago, was the chief economist here in the city, in the Big Apple, with the New York City Economic Development Corporation. So I was chief economist and senior vice president for about 3 years, where we oversaw a huge portfolio of research and policy initiatives. Back in Canada, I teach in FDI, trade and development. So for context, why are we here today? We are really here to discuss the highlights from the 8th edition of the Emerging Markets report, published by the Emerging Markets Institute here at Cornell. Over the last decade, this series of the Emerging Markets report has really helped to document and collect important benchmark data on the rise of global companies from emerging markets. It has also helped to enhance our understanding of the complex dynamics of business in emerging markets and their role in supporting our global growth. Without any doubt, these are unique times. There's so much happening, around the world now. This edition of the report presents an emerging market paradigm, that is really constrained by increased geopolitical tensions from Ukraine to the Middle East, and even you take it back to the world's 2 largest economies, the United States and China. We've seen a spate of, retaliatory trade regimes and trade sanctions. So this has necessarily made it important for countries to prioritize their domestic affairs. And when you talk about the emergence of nearshoring, value chains with just geographical proximity, this really tells you that when you watch trade and investment flows, countries are beginning to really work with their allies. So this session, we provide a high-level overview on some of these questions. We'll really try to see how did we get to this point and why. Really to make sense of the underlying economic and geopolitical forces that have really led us here. So without further ado, let me bring our speakers who are very well knowledge and vast in this area. We have Dr. Lourdes Casanova, Dr. Anne Moreau, and Lorenzo is joining us from the OECD. I'm not going to take too much time by reading their bio. You can see the biographies in the document. But perhaps to set the stage, I will bring in Lourdes first, as director of EMI, to give us a perspective on what is really happening on. I want to start with industrial policy. Okay, back in grad school, or let's even say 20, 25 years ago, the word industrial policy to some people had some negative connotation, especially if you are talking about private markets and letting, the invisible hands dictate what's happening. But it looks like industrial policy is back on the front burner of the growth debate, from biodynamics and the Inflation Reduction Act in the US to the European Economic Security Strategy. It does appear as though there's a growing convergence in transatlantic approaches to leverage industrial policy to remain competitive and provide protection to local industry. And while, let's not mix things up, while industrial policy has helped some countries to make the most of what they have, e.g. China, the development we've seen there in the last 40 years. What then can we say in terms of how many jurisdictions are beginning to go back to industrial policy, and with specific emphasis on the 20 largest emerging countries, which of course will be the major focus. So Lourdes, what do you say about industrial policy, which is on the policy table for the E20? What's your perspective? What should we expect? And what do we make of it?
Thank you very much, Fred. For us, for Anne and myself, this is a very important day, the day that we launched the EMI report. So we'll start a little bit with some findings of the report. I am very grateful to Dean Andrew Caroli, who is here, who is the founder, director of EMI. And then in the last 8 years, while I was the director, what I did was to grow the center. Three things. One, we need a voice, that's the report. Second, we need to communicate to the world what we are doing. And third, we need also education. We're institutional education, so we have many EMI fellows. So the idea, and we have created a number of networks, and we have here some colleagues from the Emerging Multinationals Research Network, from the Global Strategy and Emerging Markets Networks, and others that help also on the academic side. So the idea of the report was always to bring the voice of emerging markets, basically in business and in economics. That's our focus. And we wanted to stay away from politics. Politics is very complex. Let the government department deal with it and other departments. However, this year's subject theme for the conference for the whole year is risks and realignments. So every year around March, EMI starts a discussion with the stakeholders. We start with the alumni and we ask them, what do you think this year captured the imagination? And I remember talking, the first person I spoke was Bob Staley, a senior alum from Cornell. And he told me, Lourdes, the first thing that's happening right now is risks. And it was March. Now the world is much riskier than it was in March. So he said that, and then we start discussing with the EMI fellows, with the faculty advisory board, with everybody else, and we voted, and that was the theme, risks and realignments. And sorry for the end that is missing, risks and realignments that the world is going through. So when we reflect, Anne and I started reflecting on the 8 reports. We reflected on the 8 reports, and the first one, also I feel that both of us as academics need to be optimistic for you, the young people that we have in our universities. So all the 7 previous themes were all very optimistic. Last year, reinventing global value chains, but the first year particularly, the first year we had a picture of a COSCO ship. COSCO is one of the biggest ship companies in the world from China, a state-owned enterprise, crossing the Panama Canal. That year, the Panama Canal was the biggest infrastructure project in the world and happened in an emerging market. So the pride of emerging markets, Very few people were talking about China in that time, in the sense that was investing all over the world. So what we were saying in that first report was to say, guess what? Chinese companies are becoming very global, number one. Second, many are state-owned enterprises. And third, there is going to be a lot of South-South investment. In many variables that we look, China has invested a lot in the US a lot in China, and also in Europe as well, both in greenfield and mergers and acquisitions. But more and more China, as it was happening in 2015, is turning to emerging markets. That year, 2015, we don't remember, but it was the debt crisis. I'm from Spain, and yet again, the South countries, Greece, Spain, Portugal, and Ireland, were having a debt crisis. So Europe was very pessimistic. US was getting out from the global financial crisis. It takes a while. Some they say US is still suffering from that crisis. Some still say that, but was coming out 2014, a very good year of growth for the US, and 3.2%. So definitely very optimistic view. So as Fred said in the introductory remarks, we are in another completely different world in 2023. Geopolitical risks that Bob Staley, again, a senior and very dear alum and one of the founders of EMI, was saying, risks are back, and it's geopolitical risk. How can we measure that? How can I, from Cornell, an undergrad from Cornell, how can I, please help me with the tools. I don't have the tools to measure them, but definitely, and definitely we are today distributing Dean Andrew Caroli's book that exactly talks about that. So you may find copies of his book in your bag, because I think that book that was published a couple of years ago is now a very important book, because he is attempting to measure how you can measure this geopolitical risk. But this geopolitical risk that was in emerging markets is now everywhere. So then because of that, we have three consequences, and I would like to start this, because again, while preparing the report, we had two major moments. One was 2020, when the strategic review told us, you know what, you're only talking about companies and how they are growing, but there are a lot of societal demands. So then in 2020, we started looking at ESG performance of emerging market multinationals. Then last year, with the help of Sharjah Bank, who is here, we published a ranking for emerging markets, taking into account the development, growth, ESG. So ESG and societal purposes has been part of EMI report for a while now. But then again, also between profit and purpose. So we praise companies that are growing, we praise companies that are very profitable, and on the other hand, we measure companies that are doing well, the big corps of this world. But how we merge both, so that's on society, and then of course on risk. So how you are the CEO of Apple, to give an example, that is being manufactured mainly in China and designed in Cupertino, but how do you do that when governments are telling you, you have to help us with the development of the nation? That was very typical of emerging markets, is now typical of every country. So companies face scrutiny, are you helping us in the development of the country? So that's one thing. Then how business leaders can manage in this world in which one day you are praised because, my God, you are record profits, and the next day you are scrutinized because you either are again opening one manufacturing facility in an emerging market and not in the US, for instance. And then, of course, during the Russia-Ukrainian war, companies were the Secretary of NATO said between profits and values, we have to decide on values. And since then, definitely the scrutiny has increased. And then for us, IB scholars, international business scholars, so how do we manage that? So then in the last presentations that we have had in a number of academic institutions, we have said we need to have one day of reflecting in the Academy of International Business how we adapt our studies to this new, completely different environment that has changed so much since 2015. So we have to rethink frameworks, question dogmas, and move along. So definitely, and that was we presented also in the EMI Advisory Council, and we have here some members. So very grateful for their feedback, and definitely we have to rethink the emerging markets report for next year. So then, okay, so we put, okay, so these are all the editions of the EMI report, and you can see in the first one, in this, the picture of the Costco crossing the Panama Canal and everything, that all the optimistic view, we are here, we are doing very well, we emerging markets are coming of age. That was a bit what that picture wanted to show. And definitely, okay, so, but okay, what we have done in the EMI report as previous years, we have moved from the Fortune Global 500 to what we call the billionaire companies. So billionaire companies are those with more than 1 billion in revenues. Also, the report, what has done, has been heavily use of databases, thanks to a tremendous data analytics team that we have at EMI, the interns, and we have here the summer interns, and we have here some, Caleb, Dimitrios, Shirley, so many others that I forgot right now. Some were mentioned before for the quiz competition. So the interns do a lot of the data crunching and translating this data in graphs. And then also, of course, the EMI team right now, Daniel Dos Santos is helping us a lot with the data, and many others. And I mentioned that before also, Charles Jaban was part of the team. So then we have here that in numbers, there are more billionaire companies from China than the US, but of course we have also India that should be in red, and it's not, as number 6 in terms of companies that are billionaires, and you also have Brazil and South Africa, Thailand and Mexico. But if we look at the total revenues of those numbers, you see that the US companies continue to be bigger, even if in numbers you have more Chinese in total revenue. So the US companies are still bigger than the Chinese ones. Also, but here there is also one paradox that we find and we keep tracking, is that companies in numbers from other emerging markets have grown till 2014, but since then have gone down, and that is food for thought. We would like to go deeper into that. Of course, here is a lot of the economic turmoil in Latin America. Latin America used to have many big companies, and definitely these numbers have gone down because the different economic crises that Latin America has had in the last 10 years. And then looking at, we looked at greenfield, I mentioned, so the new investments, and we look also at mergers and acquisitions. And over there, what we are seeing is what I mentioned before, is that China used to invest a lot in US, and in US and in Europe, and now in the last 5 years is moving much more to its natural market, that is Asia. That's for one part. Then another thing that we find is that, of course, to finish an M&A deal is complex, it's expensive. So we see that only China, from the biggest emerging markets, is there among the 10 biggest investors in the world. If we compute all the total value of all the acquisitions in the last 10 years, China is a little bit there, but definitely this is a game for the rich countries because not easy. However, in greenfield, we find a bigger presence of emerging markets, India in particular, also Brazil and others. Okay, and then, here what we did was to compare the M&A activity in 2 periods, 2000 to 2019, and then the last 3 years. And yes, we see that, of course, the scrutiny, the CFIUS, the increasing scrutiny by CFIUS, but also by Europe. For instance, in my country, the Saudi Arabian sovereign fund just bought 10% of an emblematic company that is Telefonica. and the government is still scrutinizing this acquisition of this 10% of one of the biggest companies in the country. So don't think that it's only a scrutiny in the US, it's also a lot of scrutiny in Europe. So yes, this is affecting China because we see the numbers and we see a decreasing participation of China in total values between 2010 and 2019, and 2019 and 2022. But the rest, US continues to be the definitely leader in international acquisitions. And we see, you can look at the numbers in the report, we can see that US continues to increase the total value of their acquisitions, international acquisitions. And Europe also as a whole is a very important player. As a whole, if we add all the transactions from the whole Europe. Maybe I'll stop here. Okay, so then I'll pass the word to Anna.
Right. Given for the sake of time, I will go very, very quickly. First point is just to highlight the list of E20+1. It's kind of an emblem of EMI. It's a group of emerging economies that we established to be able to better analyze what is the role and the influence of emerging markets in the world economy, and also to some extent in geopolitics. So we established here, you have the criteria. We use the GDP per capita, the share in global trade, and poverty levels. And at the end of the day, we end up, all the details are in the emerging market report. So I will skip this. Okay, so here you have the list. It's very stable, mostly countries from Asia, but also a couple, 5 from Latin America, 2 from Europe, and 2 or 3 from Africa. Next, Lourdes. The important point, actually, the report is called Risk and Realignment. I won't deal with the risk. Lorenzo Pavone from OECD will talk about the risk, but much more from a business point of view. We could have talked, but there is no time, about the risk for a more macro and geopolitics, especially what's going on. But we highlight in the report a couple of elements. The first one we show that the emergence of emerging market on the global geopolitical landscape is not new. It's a progressive element. You have 2 major development institutions created in 2014, 2015, which are basically lending institution, kind of, not exactly, but the World Bank and the IMF of the emerging market. We could have a long discussion about it, but the point is to give that it's a progressive element. 2023, why it's very important is because it's the enlargement of the BRICS. So some people would say, well, it's a symbol. However, it's very, very interesting. First is the first enlargement. Secondly, look at the countries which are in the group now, or which have been including, or between quote, accepted. Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. This morning, there was a presentation. I think it's very, very important to keep in mind that the BRICS, whatever we say, it's more than a third of the global GDP, these 11 countries. It's 46% of the world population and 43% of the global oil output, which may mean that this oil issue may be discussed in that particular group. Another point, the new development bank, it's called the BRICS Bank, which basically provide development loans, let's say, to emerging markets. Now, initially, you only had the 5 BRICS countries. Now you have Bangladesh, Egypt, and UAE. And you again have an oil exporting country, quite wealthy, the United Arab Emirates. Another point in terms of what's changing is that these group of countries symbolized, if you want, by the BRICS, they want a bigger voice in the global concert. There is all this question about trying to find a way to deal, do transaction outside the dollar system. I won't go into it. It's the whole issue of dollarization. But very, very interesting is that the NDB and the BRICS are pushing, not for the time being, for common currency, because quite far away, perhaps, but for the use of national currency. What does it mean for the big and traditional powers? Big question mark. We talked about CBDC a moment ago, so I will stop. The idea in the report was to show that we have a group of countries which are not from the West, which are emerging. And we say realignment or non-alignment. And I just would like to, remember the non-aligned movement on 1955. That's quite a long time. Are we going back to that kind of situation from a political, but now from an economic point of view? This is very, this is basically the quick question. I stop here. The report will be available, and I hope you will enjoy reading it.
Hello, good afternoon. I understand it's my turn. I was expecting to someone to call me, but I would like to say, first of all, thanks again to Lourdes and Anne for the invitation, for the great collaboration. Lourdes was sharing at all the editions of the report, and I think, if I remember correctly, we contribute to all of them. And so very happy as the Development Center and also as the Emerging Markets Network at the Development Center, be able to work together and to continue collaborating with the Emerging Markets Institute. The chapter that we provided for this year's report is called Navigating Business Risk in Emerging Markets. And indeed, as was already mentioned, the world is probably now riskier than it was in March 2023. We at UCD estimated recently that the global economy, in reality, even if at the beginning of the year was stronger than expected, now the outlook is weak. Inflation remains high and significant downside risks exist. And those that were already mentioned by Anne and Lourdes also are as a global effect that we think that the next year, in 2024, the economic growth, GDP growth, will be actually lower than this year. So we expect this year a global outlook about 3%, but next year it's going to be around 2.7%. So we are seeing that the risk is actually having strong impact on world economy. Now, I would say that an important contribution from global growth will still come from emerging markets. So in reality, as we say, grow between 3 and 2.7%, what we see is that if you look at the G20 emerging economies, growth is expected to be around 4.5% this year and around 4% next year. And if you look only at advanced economies, actually it's 1.5%. And next year around 1.2. So you can see that in reality, emerging markets in this moment are leading the global growth, as you can expect. Also considering that we have war in Europe, there is a lot of uncertainty, particularly in developed economies. So, and our estimation is actually that most of the growth is expected to come from Asia, despite the weaker than expected recovery in China. So this is to give you a quick overview of the situation. One aspect also that I found interesting before I go into my report to mention in what was presented by Lourdes on how there were less companies coming from emerging markets and particularly except China, the impact since 2015 of the let's say of the uncertainty on less companies coming from the other emerging markets. So probably one aspect is also the trade restrictions that are more and more impacting emerging markets. So while on the one hand, China has a strong economy that is supporting their companies, also sometimes directly. A lot of state-owned companies are coming from China. The other ones probably has been suffering more from this kind of US-China trade wars, and these global trade restrictions that have been introduced had a direct impact, perhaps, on a number of emerging multinational companies, more than probably the Chinese ones, at least since 2015. Now, if you're looking directly at our report, our chapter, basically in the report, what we would like to discuss here is really how companies are looking at the existing risks that were described and that I also mentioned, and where do they see sort of the opportunity to navigate this risk and find an opportunities, to grow. So there are some key messages that include, for example, focus on certain sectors that can still be, I would say, a source of growth and opportunities for companies in emerging markets. One aspect that I would like to mention, the first, is the growth of sustainable finance. So, and this was also something that was discussed in previous report, even at EMI, and sustainable finance is still important and is growing in importance, particularly as far as sustainable finance for the green transition is concerned. In the LAC, since 2019, sustainable finance has more than doubled and is mostly used by the private sector, with green bonds playing an increasingly large role. We covered this also in the latest Latin Economic Outlook on Latin America, that was focusing also on green transition and the role that sustainable finance can play. So there are still some issues related to, for example, data inconsistency, lack of rigorous metrics, particularly also in the ESG criteria that I would say show the potential for sustainable finance to grow even further and accompany the growth of a number of companies, particularly because more and more now finance is channeled through the label of sustainability. And the more this becomes, I would say, framed in a more stable way and consistent way, and the more there will be an opportunity for companies to position themselves in the sustainability sphere and as an opportunity for growth. One aspect also that is related to sustainable finance is also its application in value chains, because more and more, I would say that sustainability considerations that are pushing companies, as I said, to become more sustainable, but at the same time, they are integrating this sustainability consideration not only into their own strategies, but also in the value chain strategies that they have. So, and the focus now is to how to support the sustainability and in considerations in the supply chains of companies. And now this has the potential to de-risk the supply chains themselves. Now, we said the supply chains now are affected also by a number of disruptions, which come also from the polarization of global geopolitics, as we know. And there is also a perception that comes from the public that sometimes can affect sustainable and global value chains. So positioning companies, positioning their sustainable strategies also in partnership with their suppliers in the global value chains, and the value chains can have the potential to support and help them navigate the risk. And in particular, the risk in their value chains is also related to trying to support better rights for workers, better working conditions, transition away from fossil fuels, and decarbonize also economies.
Lorenzo, sorry to interrupt, because we don't have a lot of time left. So if you want to conclude it so we can have some time for questions. We are done in about 8 minutes.
So I just mentioned the green transition as part of the sustainability efforts. Another point that I think is relevant is to focus also on the importance of new and digital technologies, and reaffirm the green and digital transformations can go hand in hand. We estimate that digitalizing between 15 to 25% of global agriculture, for example, could increase production by 300 million metric tons by 2030, and reduce water consumption, and obviously making them more also able to access new markets. Digital solutions can also help developing platforms, allow SMEs to export more, and this comes also with a number of challenges related to connectivity, financial regulations, but also addressing cybersecurity and data protection. Finally, on this, the importance of regional trade agreements, which are becoming more and more important as the world is disrupted. The regional aspects is also becoming more important, and we need to monitor the progress of regional trade agreements, like the agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnerships, the African Continental Free Trade Area. Latin America in this is a bit lagging behind. Finally, I would say always important to focus on public-private partnerships to make sure that the governments and private sector have a dialogue, to make sure that policies are made in a way that can support, on the one hand, navigating the risk from the public sector and the economies, but also still giving inputs for the private sector to continue invest and find new opportunities for growth. And I stop here, and I hope I didn't go too much beyond my allocated time.
Okay, thank you. I think we should let's clap for the team. This is you know, it's a lot of work, and if you've ever been a researcher, you know how you are given 15 minutes to present the work you've done for 1 year. It's always a struggle. So we're out of time, but we just need to give them that space. But that being said, I thought they really covered the nuances. And I like Lodesi's point about not really pretending that, you know, all is well, and no, all is not well, you know. Our world is changing very rapidly. For the 4 minutes that we have left, I think I'll ask 2 quick questions. The first is on geopolitical risk and the implications for businesses, for emerging market multinationals, you know. Because of what we are seeing currently, I mean, business strategies and other things are being tweaked, you know, to ensure that companies remain competitive globally. So let me pick on Anne. How do you think companies should adjust in light of what we are seeing in geopolitical dynamics? If we were to advise companies, you know, emerging markets, multinationals, can you think of 1 or 2 things that they could do to help them mitigate the rough road ahead?
Yeah. Okay. Is it on? Yes. Okay. I just say that's a very tough question. Thank you. How would I advise a multinational company to take into account geopolitical risk? As they say, we cannot measure it. So that's the first issue. And it all depends whether you are talking a company from an emerging market or an advanced economy. Because definitely the weight that you have at the US company is not necessarily the same that you would have as if you were not a big emerging economy, but a smaller one, if I may say so. The only thing how could I say, and it all depends also about situation, because if you take this, what happened with the war in Ukraine, suddenly companies were asked to divest. They had no choice. So basically, you make a lot of decisions on the economic and financial rationale, and bam, you have the geopolitical consideration, which basically forces you to take action. The only way I would say to deal with that is to have always integrate or have within your team people who follow closely what's happening on the geopolitical scene. There are, I must say, in some countries, especially in Europe, because I know that case more, we have government agencies that ensure against political risk. So that's also a possibility. But I would say that I am not sure if there is any insurance against the kind of events that we have seen lately in Ukraine and also in the Middle East.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Of course, the devil is in the details, and there's a lot more to unpack. Another quick question that I think is very important. You know, it would be unfair if we left here without addressing that. Is the whole notion about the enlargement of the BRICS. You know, late summer in August this year, you know, in August 2023 to be precise, part of the overarching movement by emerging market economies and developing economies was to add more members to the traditional group of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And there's been a lot of debates, you know, both in the scholarly world and the world of practice about what this might mean, you know, when they've added Ethiopia, Saudi, and some other countries. For scholars and practitioners in emerging markets, what would this enlargement mean for in the coming years? What should we expect to see? How might that change the global political economy, if I may put it that way?
So two things. One, I was privileged to attend the B20 in India in August this year. And then what was very interesting is that next year, Brazil will be the host of the G20 and the B20. So we had a delegation from Brazil that was taking over from India. But most of them were coming from the BRICS summit. And they said, you know what, we were double the numbers at the BRICS summit than we are in India. So between G20 and the BRICS summit, the choice was to attend mainly the BRICS summit. So that was like a sign of the times that the BRICS is becoming more and more important because they discuss specific issues related to trading local currency, possibility of launching their own currency. Of course, emerging markets, I always give the metaphor of Sisyphus. You know, the Sisyphus was condemned to push the big, huge stone up the mountain, and then just for the stone to fall back. And that's what happened very often in emerging markets. There are few emerging markets that have been able to break the glass ceiling. We mentioned this for women, definitely for countries. There is a tremendous glass ceiling, very, very, very difficult to get out of it. We have seen globalization has been very, very positive for emerging markets in terms of poverty reduction, in terms of improvement of GDP. A lot more needs to be done. And hopefully, this myth of Sisyphus will be broken. And definitely, as we were talking yesterday with an ambassador from Africa and was saying, this time is Africa's time, and Africa will break all the glass ceilings that we had before and will recover. Hopefully will be so. Of course, the BRICS enlargement is one more possibility. We are meeting without any father or mother from the West. We are alone and we'll take the decisions ourselves. Remains to be seen. Hopefully, yes. But of course, we are in a moment and we'll hear more from the panels that we'll hear right now. We'll hear from Joyce Chang from JP Morgan saying, you know what? The fixed interest rate in the dollar is 5%. My God, where do you go when you have 5% in dollar terms, very little risk? So then that's also having problems with emerging markets because then capitals flow and move again to the US. So definitely is a sign to maybe hope to strengthen their links to help each other, but definitely emerging markets in many cases have a long way to go. Hopefully, let's be positive for the next generation.
Thank you very much. And I think that brings it to an end. Let's clap for them again for the amazing job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Lourdes, Fred, and Lorenzo. And I know that you all share our excitement for the publication of the report. and we look forward to reading throughout the year. And we know it's an enormous undertaking, and just thank you for rolling it out here at the conference. Next up on our agenda here is a panel on self investments. This panel is specifically, going to look at delving into economic collaborations in countries in the global South, and we'll have some insight following from Henyon, as well as Gökhan Doran, Heather Henyon, and Juan Pablo Ortega. Helen Yee is the president of, Helen Yee is the president of Gold UPR. Juan Pablo Ortega is the CEO, co-founder of UNO, as well as Rappi. Heather Henyon is the founding partner of Mindshift Capital, and Gökhan Doran is the division vice president and general manager at Corning International. And they'll be joining us momentarily.
Good afternoon. Welcome to join the South to South Cooperation panel. Today we have 3 distinguished guests from different regions, and they are experts and represent different industries. They will share their insight and answer questions from all of you. First of all, since their titles already introduced, I would like them to do a self-introduction.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey, you go. That's the spirit. Okay. I thought you guys were asleep after lunch. Thank you. My name is Gökhan Doran. I am representing Corning Incorporated, based upstate New York, very close to Ithaca. Most of you may know, famous with the Glass Museum and its corporation. I'm based actually in Frankfurt, Germany. Originally, I'm from Turkey, and been with the company since 26 years, and almost done with my probation period. So let's see what's next. I have been in different roles since this 26 years, from sales, marketing, business development, and then switched to the dark side in manufacturing, and then back to business, and leading now a division called Corning International. And I want to take a little bit of your time introducing the company and how it works and functions. Corning Incorporated is a 172-year-old corporation and a Fortune 500 company, focuses on optical physics, material science, and also with glass and ceramics. And we manufacture and we develop the manufacturing process for many leading products since this 172 years, and specialized in most telecoms, advanced optics, life sciences, and display. Where I represent Corning International is all these departments outside the US and mainly China, where now the topic of this interesting session is the South, so more emerging countries. And I will be hopefully addressing one of my biggest passions in these in these emerging countries, how to develop, how to get the right choice, make the right choices, and contribute to the countries or the region's growth. Thank you.
Heather. Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Henyon. I'm the founding partner of Mindshift Capital. My background is probably pretty different from Gökhan's background, but I have been living in the Middle East for the last, I guess, 20 years, and started my career actually after I got my MBA from Cornell in finance and entrepreneurship, working in microfinance, which I think many of you know what microfinance is. So I worked in microfinance for about 10 years. I started a joint venture between a Saudi family-owned business and a American nonprofit, and this was all in Lebanon, so that added even more complexity to a already very complex joint venture, as you may imagine. And that company, it was called Grameen Jameel, and basically worked in microfinance across the MENA region. So all the way over from Morocco over to Yemen. And we moved the business from Lebanon to Dubai in 2007, which is where I've been based since then, and got involved in angel investing. Started a women's angel investor network called Wayne, the first women's angel investor network in the Middle East about 10 years ago now. And started seeing more and more how many female founders who we were investing in couldn't raise an institutional round of capital. So that led to the kind of the inception of Mindshift Capital, which we started in 2020. So literally we did our first closing 2 weeks before the pandemic started. So it's been an interesting journey, to say the least. And this was all in Dubai. The firm is based out of Dubai, but we actually have a global remit. We've now invested in 18 companies that are in 5 countries. So the UAE, Jordan, Turkey, Singapore, and the US. And we have what we call a gender lens. So we only invest in companies where there's at least one female founder or co-founder. And then just personally, I've been very active in venture, primarily in Middle East, US, and Europe, and have invested in now over 100 early stage technology companies. But I'll focus primarily today on some of the opportunities as well as some of the difficulties of working in these markets.
Thank you. Juan?
Hi, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry I couldn't make it in person. Juan Pablo Ortega, before starting before starting Rappi 8 years ago, I went to Cornell, and after graduating, I worked as an airline consultant for a year before meeting Simon, my co-founder in Rappi. Rappi started as a basically food delivery company, and it went from a food delivery company in Colombia to delivering basically anything in Latin America. Today, we do food delivery, groceries delivery. You can even buy a MacBook. You can get cash delivery. And we added other services like financial services, travel. And I was in charge of that for the past, like 7-8 years since we started the company. 2 years ago, I started, well, actually 4 years ago, I started doing a lot of angel investing and working with different companies to help them grow in Latin America. Rappi was the first company in Latin America that received investment from Sequoia Capital and Andreessen Horowitz. So we were the first one to start bringing USBCs into the region. This has changed dramatically, and today we see investments from the biggest USBCs investing in all of the countries in Latin America. And we're starting to see a trend that is happening also in Africa and other regions where USBC, who used to primarily invest in the US, now are investing in Latin America. So 2 years ago, with all of these investments, I saw that payments was a big problem in emerging markets, primarily in Latin America, but I saw the same trends in Africa and Southeast Asia. That was the reason why I started Uno. Uno is a payment orchestrator. We help large enterprises manage all the aspects of receiving payments and also controlling fraud. So companies like McDonald's, InDrive, Avianca, they all use Uno to manage how people pay, and we help them enable local payment methods throughout Southeast Asia, Africa, Latin America, and we also have connections in Europe, the US, the Middle East, and Australia.
Thank you for your self-introduction. All of them are very impressive. To talk about the topic of the South-South Cooperation, we can call it SSC. And the SSC actually established for several decades, but only for the recent years, it's become so hot. It accounts for about 50% of the global growth. And just Intro-South cooperation accounts for 25% of the global GDP and 1/3 of the global foreign direct investment. So for each of the panelists, my question would be, what is the main contributors to make this trend so strong? What's your opinion? You contribute to that, your perspective about it? Juan, would you like to? Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. I believe now the panelists before us and the morning sessions talked about a lot of changes in the past couple of years, which we didn't anticipate coming. And now the world is coming to a situation where we have to first acknowledge what's out there, what is the change, and then start adapting us. And I think that goes very much in line with the theme of this conference. Excuse me.
Louder.
Louder. I'm sorry. Okay. This very much, I think, goes together with the theme of this conference, risks and realignment. So now those countries and those regions who are reconsidering their politics, their offers, how they want to be positioned in the new global list is becoming more popular. And that's where my division comes into game in the company I work for. How can we get more attraction in those countries where they want to be the next China? And I remember 15, 16 years ago, where like other all countries, companies were investing in China, and now they have become a big portion of China's economy. And those others who saw this opportunity, and after the dice have been rolled from the beginning, they want to get themselves ready to be the next China, or at least near them. That's how I see it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting question, because I think in the Middle East especially, we've had a big challenge with just kind of what we call inter-Arab trade. So very little trade is between those countries that literally border each other, which seems crazy when you think about it in the context of America. It would be like New Jersey and New York, not not kind of living somewhere and working the other, but it's not like that there in the region. And so it's been a big challenge, I think, just in terms of globalization. And one thing that's been also interesting is I think this is a big opportunity for digitalization, where we've seen, especially with technology companies and obviously post-COVID, in an environment where you really can work, invest, volunteer, all of these different areas, you can do all of it remotely. So it's, in some ways, we live in, I would say, an increasingly borderless society that enables more and more trade between these markets and sourcing and everything else. But then there's also such a kind of localization of just control over supply chain, for example. So one of the verticals that we invest in through Mindshift is food tech. So and especially cultivated meats, where basically meats are being grown out of labs. And a lot of the interest, there actually was just a big announcement 2 days ago in Saudi Arabia through Neom, which is this new area, this new island basically that they're building. And they're partnering with a US company called Blue Nalu to create new sources of meat and food supply that they can create locally in Saudi. So again, I don't even know how you would break down. This is probably a very interesting business case study for maybe Cornell or another business school to look at. But if you think about all of those different facets of who's working on this, what's the actual jurisdiction of this, and then also the partnerships, the relationships, the politics, everything else that's happening on a macro level around us is something that we can't really ignore either. So yeah, so I think that it's very difficult right now, I think, just in general with these the kind of, business environments and markets, because even though we're trying to keep a lot of the political issues at play, obviously there are strong interests from certain markets like Russia and China that are continuing to have an impact on how we do business globally.
Thank you. Yeah. One.
Yeah, I think from my point of view, one of the biggest things in Latin America in general, we have seen a growth in technology startups that are going beyond Latin America. I agree with Heather's point on how companies are moving to become almost borderless. A couple of years ago, it was really hard to serve a customer maybe in Europe or in the US from South America. And now you can basically offer software anywhere in the world. You can easily get payments from different countries. This was something that was really hard a couple of years ago, and this has become way easier. So we see that when technology companies start in Colombia or Peru or Ecuador or any of the South American countries, they tend to expand first within the region into different countries, into Mexico, Central America. But now we're seeing that these companies are also going abroad and starting to operate in Europe, the US, and many times with local presence and many times completely out of the local country in the South. So that's something that I'm seeing the technology kind of startup or technology companies, and I think it's getting even more global with all the advancements that have been going on with banking, with neobanks, and everything around that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So from your perspective, now I understand there are a few reasons contribute to this growth and its trends, and also why it becomes so hard is one is the South countries are looking for new untapped or new potential for growth. The second, the modern technology make a lot of new idea, creative and innovations to be feasible to implement to the daily operations and foster the growth of the companies. And then so my next question for each of you would be maybe with Heather, because your company is, as you mentioned, only invested in the women or female-founded companies. So from your perspective and your investment in so many countries, what are the big opportunities and potential for the women-owned companies, especially you live in UAE, for the stereotype, the women's company or women's general status in these countries, they don't have the equal right as a man for the education, for the business, for the work. And do you see, is there any change and to help women to grow more in the business? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, we see it. The reason we started Mindshift was we see this as basically a global problem, which also is an opportunity. So that's, I think, how entrepreneurs look at things. We look at what are the problems and then how do we solve those problems? So even when I was in Sweden, only, which is a country that prides itself in gender parity, only 1% of capital goes to female entrepreneurs, which is crazy in a market like that. And so we see it everywhere. We see it in Sweden, we see it in Asia, we see it in the Middle East, we see it in the US. It's really a global phenomena that we also think is a big opportunity, because by simply screening for gender at kind of the top of the funnel when we're looking for companies to source, we basically then do everything that kind of a world-class venture capital firm would do, which is looking for large markets, addressable opportunities, scalability, team, technology, all of the things that I think most VCs look for. So I think in that sense, there's lots of opportunity because it's still a very large problem. I think in terms of the UAE, actually, it gets I think, probably not a very fair reputation when it comes to how women are perceived. 30% of the parliament members are female. There's also a gender quota requirement for publicly listed companies where there has to be at least one woman on the board of directors. And I can tell you that just from the women I've met and know in the The Emirates, they're very strong in work and also at home. We actually are very fortunate that 3 of our investors are Emirati women, Mona Al-Gurg, Najla Al-Midfa, and Halima Al-Awais. And all of them actually run large conglomerates from their families. I think also in Asia, there are many strong women in business. They just haven't been capitalized, I think, in the same ways that men have. I mean, of course, there are still legal status issues in countries like Saudi where there are some issues to work out, but there's been much, much more advancement in those markets. And I think, unfortunately, some of the stereotypes in the West aren't actually true.
Great. And I feel very happy to hear that women play a more important role, because my parents studied Arabic during the university. And then when I was young, I said, how about I also study Arabic? They said, no, you're a girl, so better study English. So that's how my parents teach me about that. So I'm glad to see a lot of, and also same situation in China. Now all the public listings, Chinese companies on the board, you have to have at least one female, the board member into that. So glad. And
Actually, Helen, so I just was last week in Riyadh at the Davos in the Desert at the FII. I don't know if people know about it here, but basically the woman who's the chair of the stock exchange in Hong Kong. So it was very interesting. She said it has to be one member from the other gender. So you can't have like all women who are board directors of a company, or all men, but she said this is fair. So I thought it was an interesting way to put it.
One step at a time, and especially the whole economy, even the China's economy is slow down. I think people are looking for the new growth pillars for world economy. And then for Guan, since you are distant from us, now my question for you is, I know you are a serial entrepreneur and being very successful for founding, to be a co-founder for 2 companies. And my question, and you were talking about the innovation, technology advancement. My question for you is, for the Southern countries in general, especially you're familiar with Latin America, how is the investment environment and the business environment for the young entrepreneurs on the tech sector or any sectors? Thank you.
Yes, so as I mentioned before, it used to be really hard to get investment outside from their own country. So if you think about 2014, 2015, there wasn't much investment from the US or European venture capitalists. The only investment that was available was investments from some of family offices. And I think the issue that entrepreneurs were faced with was that a small investment require basically giving away most of the company. So I have seen some investment where someone will invest $200,000 for 80% of the company. People frustrated with wanting to do their company ended up with this kind of businesses where at the end they didn't have control of their company for even a small investment. These have changed dramatically. We see even more today investments from the big international venture capitalists. We have seen a lot of investment from SoftBank. SoftBank even created our own branch for investing into the region. Even with SoftBank stop investing, Marcelo Clor, who was the one that kind of put a lot of money into the region, is doing another fund called Bicycle Capital to keep investing into companies in Latin America. We see a lot of investment from Sequoia, from Andreessen Horowitz, from all the big VC companies that we used to hear from, companies in San Francisco or New York. These are venture capitals are actively investing in tech entrepreneurs. So this has changed a lot. In 2015, when we joined Y Combinator, we were the only Colombian company, and I think there were a couple more from South America. When you look at how many companies are going into accelerators like Y Combinator or other big tech starters, for example, or other big accelerators, we're starting to see an increase from South American companies. Now, In the past couple of years, something else that I'm seeing is that this is not only for Latin America, but we're starting to see that companies in Nigeria, South Africa, and companies that didn't used to have a lot of entrepreneurs are starting up with new companies. I invested in a company in Nigeria, for example, that is creating a Rappi for Nigeria. And we're seeing that many African entrepreneurs are seeing companies that are being started in Southeast Asia or in Latin America, and they're starting to try to replicate those business model, looking at other emerging markets in Africa.
Great, great to know, and congratulations. I look forward to your next, the company you're going to start with. Now the last question is for Gohan. And Corning, of course, is very famous and also a global leader on the glass science and others. You have many, many companies around the world, the branch offices. After we had a discussion actually early this morning for this during the COVID period, there's a really disruption about supply chains globally. So my question for you is, I heard that you have manufacturers all around the globe. Is that a good way to tackle the risk of the supply chain disruption? And how about the benefit you do with the localization of the manufacturer? And what's the impact for the community there? Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. I think you just pronounced localization, and that's my trigger word. I got very, very excited. We also, in the last decade, how we can make factories all around the world. And we experienced this I think, very tough in China, having now 21 greenfield factories there. It's enormous. But the world is not running like that anymore. And if you want to burn your capital in a greenfield factory, that's not good investment today. We all heard about this digitalization, the currencies and so on. I don't believe that's a wise choice to do today. And with the supply chain disruptions, we also missed products in the last 3-4 years. And we became more vulnerable for those products and regions that has this big capability in manufacturing. And we also forced the expensive products to be sold in the emerging countries, which actually they cannot afford those. Now, as I said, localization is my fancy word because I am very much a big supporter for this kind of investments in the emerging markets, to find a good, trusted local partner and then form a kind of partnership in any means. Could be contract manufacturing, could be joint venture, could be a partnership in any form, but a local partner. And then either by transferring technology, licensing agreements to cooperate with this partner locally, and then benefit from the government incentives, local funding, or even from this partner's own capital, so that big companies wouldn't necessarily put more risk in that country, and then help the economy grow in the same country, in the same region. And I can name a couple examples we just did within this year, and this year is not yet over. We have formed 2 joint ventures in India, one in life sciences industry, where we are partnering with a local company to locally produce and then using our technology to coat a vial, which is a glass envelope for vaccines. And then just last week, another good news, it's on the news, was a glass finishing in India for smartphones. And probably we all following what's happening now. Most companies are pushing their ecosystem in the whole manufacturing supply chain for smartphones, tablets, computers to India. So we followed that trend and we partnered with a company, and we're becoming live mid next year. So I can name a couple more that we did in Nigeria, in Brazil, and these are few examples how successful this can be, partnering with locals and supporting the local economy. And this means, of course, adapting to the local specification or the consumer needs, all right? We cannot dictate what we use, must necessarily be valid or be used in everywhere around the world. It's different products, it's different cultures, it's different purpose of use. So we have to adapt to this new change. And this is where localization comes into game. Hire local people, engage with local companies, and then support the local economy. Thank you.
Great. Great to know that. And I think, yes, there are multiple solutions for, especially during the pandemic, this supply chain disruption. And China used to be the world global like manufacturer base, but now they all have a strategy called China Plus One. So that means that will provide a lot of opportunities, not only for the countries in the South, and even in the developing countries, there are new opportunities. Here today, we have in the audience, there's a lot of students participating, and South-South cooperation can be a new topic to them. And also the pictures you described and about your business and the potential growth in that region can be very, very attractive to them. So can you give them some good advice and suggestions for them if they want to develop their career in the southern countries? Thank you. Juan, do you like to start?
Yes, I will start. I think there are a lot of opportunities for sure, and more today, where all the different companies are growing, not only the technology sector, but just in general. As you mentioned, we're seeing a shift from around the world, from China manufacturing and China services to many times from South American companies. This is especially true in Mexico, where for the first time, the US imported more goods from Mexico than from China in many years. So my recommendation is to, thing is, it's completely different to working in South America compared to working in the US. You're faced with challenges from all the different aspects, and this could be political, this could be on trying to do different things. When I moved to Mexico to start Rappi, it was just a wake-up call on how everything sometimes is a lot more difficult to get accomplished compared to when you're in the US or in Europe. So come with an open mind, thinking that it's going to be one of the hardest jobs in your career. But at the end, when you look back and you can see how many people you're helping and how you're able to have much more greater retribution, like in how you're helping the different companies and how these companies are helping a region that is full of potential, then it's going to be completely worth it for all the extra work that you have to do.
Thank you. Heather?
Yeah, I think it depends. I'm not sure which stage of career a lot of you are at, but what I always say is just build your network. So there are actually a bunch of Cornell clubs, alumni clubs in all of these different regions and markets. I'm part of the club in Dubai that is focused on the Middle East. A great launching point, if you really want to work in one of those places, is to get involved with the club. They can help to kind of introduce you around the region where they are. They know different people, go to their events. Maybe if you're, for example, an MBA, a 2-year MBA, try to get an internship at one of those companies. There's also the opportunity for things like the treks that are done to different markets. And I think, again, building those networks is really critical, because a lot of, at least, and I think this is true across most of these markets, but it's a relationship business. So you really have to know people and be part of these communities to be able to work there. And I think to be effective, you have to have the relationships. It's not, it's not often, we always say in the Middle East, sometimes it's who you know, it's not what you know. So I know that's not what a lot of people like to hear, but that is the unfortunate reality. And so the more you can network into these different, whether it's family offices, we still very much have the environment where maybe like 10 families own a lot of the conglomerates. Some of that's changing a bit with technology and startups and some of the decentralization that we see, but I think it's a slow process. So you really do have to break into those networks in order to be successful and to have a career in these markets. And you need to spend time there. That's another thing. I think we see this so much in Dubai, and it's become a big thing now in Riyadh as well, where people, all the time we get these, a message on LinkedIn or whatever, hey, I'm going to be in Dubai for 4 days. Can I meet you for a coffee? Like the whole fly in, fly out culture is, I think, not effective. You really need to come, spend time, understand the culture, understand the society, make friends, start to kind of get it. And there's no way to shortcut it. This isn't something you can use, I don't think, like social commerce or something to replace. It's really about sitting, drinking tea, kind of building relationships. And it just takes time. And it takes, I think in these markets, especially, it takes time to build trust. So you can't come and expect to have these relationships and these kind of business success in just a few months' time.
Heather, that's an excellent point. I think what I got from your message is networking, and that actually you stole my thunder. That's absolutely. So when I look into this audience, and this is just a small representation of the whole school, I guess, I think Dean Caroli, you must be very proud. Here is a United Nations sitting in front of me, right? Excellent picture. And yeah, bravo, bravo. So students, people from all over the world coming here for one purpose: to get better, to get more educated, to share their experience and then gain more experience. And this is a wonderful picture. I hope that you, even now or after graduation, will still bear on your connections here. And based on these connections, you will be doing much better than what we are doing today. I guess these connections will help you to understand the global dynamics. When we say it's global, it's now, I think, a village, right? But we still insist not to accept this. We still being triggered by the norms that we were learned or we were told to. But you guys here, you have a different future. You have a different perspective. And by getting or staying connected, that will be the biggest power that you may contribute. And I think that's all what we need for the future. So big thank you.
Great. Great comments. I think it's not only applied to students, but also good for the adults, grown-ups like us. I'm not calling myself dinosaur. So here, because in the PR world, there are lots of young people. So sometimes I joke. And yes, I was told we still have a few minutes for the questions from the audience. So there's a question for Heather. As someone who has experienced both the East and the West in business, what advice do you have for female founders who may be pinned with stereotypes?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So shall I go ahead and answer?
Yeah, yes,
okay.
Please.
Yeah, I think just try to not be bogged down with the stereotypes. I think they face us all, and we just need to do our best to ignore them and to just be who we are and be authentic and use our voice to also, when appropriate. So not all of the time, but when we can. Don't fight every battle, but choose your battles wisely and be your own person. I think that's all that we can ask, really.
Great. Be confident in yourself. Any supplement ideas from gentlemen for this question? Okay.
summarized very
Yeah,
good.
let's move to the second question. Second question can be answered by any of you. What kind of pitfalls have you tackled to implement localization model? I guess it's for you, right?
Right. I think the biggest mistake that man can do is that say, I know the best, right? And now you heard that localization triggers my passion. So I think respecting the local experience, respecting the know-how, how big business are done in that specific culture. And believe me, it's different in every country, is I think the wise thing to do, not to try to adopt others into that specific country, but learn, understand, and adapt to that specific country, I think is the biggest gain that we can do. And that's Heather, I'm sorry, I am pursuing in those businesses that we represent in the specific countries. I respect my local leader there and try to follow their guidance.
Yeah, excellent answer. I totally agree with you. Respect the local culture and practice is very important for your success. Next question is, what are some of the practical considerations companies like Cornell take into account when looking at investing in new emerging markets? That's exam day for you.
That's, well, that requires a long answer. Let me try to think, how can I summarize this? In most of our products and technologies, we start from the very beginning in the supply chain. We make, for example, the protective glass for smartphones, right? And then that glass goes to display manufacturers, put the display module on, and that goes on to OEMs, where they finally assemble the telephone, the smartphone, and then goes to the consumer. So we always start from the very beginning of the supply chain. And I believe if we start, doing this glass in a very good emerging market where there is no supply chain that we can pursue, I don't think that will be a good business case. So we choose those areas, those regions where we can complete the whole ecosystem and be effective from just-in-time production to please our next generation of supply chain, and then bring it to the hands of consumers. That makes more sense. And I think that's a good example by saying 15, 16 years ago, this whole ecosystem for this smartphone manufacturing assembly was China. Now it's shifting to India, to some part of Vietnam and other countries. So we are looking specifically for this in those regions where we can have the full ecosystem built, that we can contribute to the society and also to the product chain.
Yeah, and just also maybe to add, maybe from kind of what we look at as investors going into those markets. So for example, we haven't invested in Egypt or Pakistan. A lot of it has to do with getting hard currency out of those markets is very difficult. And there's been kind of historical issues around devaluation. We have invested in Turkey because we believe we can get hard currency out, but also because the companies, we've invested now in 2 companies there, and one, actually most of their sales and revenue is coming out of the US. So, they're earning in dollars, but they're manufacturing actually in Turkey. So it's a low cost center. And also there's very good tech talent there that is much more affordable than in other markets. And then obviously things like political regime, although we were talking earlier about Turkey and some of the issues, if it's, it's always kind of a hard assessment, because especially in venture capital, we're usually in these, and we're early stage investors, we're often in these companies for really, I would say 7 to 8 years or so. So things change very quickly in a lot of these markets, and you can only control for so much, but that's also kind of the risk reward equation that we use and that we're always looking at.
Great, thank you. As my understanding, yes, there's a lots of opportunities in the emerging market, but also unexpected risk associated with that. So do your good due diligence. And last question is for Guan. What are the main risks you are seeing in the next 2 to 3 years for tech entrepreneurs in Latin America?
Yeah, so fortunately, I don't see any immediate risk in the next couple of years. There have been a lot of changes in governments. In Colombia, Peru, and other countries, we have seen that candidates from the left have won. And at the beginning, there were a lot of worries that these new governments will restrict how these tech entrepreneurs work. What we see today is that it actually haven't affected tech entrepreneurs as much. We have seen a devaluation of currencies in countries like Colombia, Argentina, but it's actually helping. We, for example, or Rappi, we have a lot of employees in these countries, and as we export services outside, our revenues are in dollars, and our cost basics are in these devaluated currencies. So I don't think, and we're seeing that the changes in governments and political regimes are not actually affecting tech entrepreneurs. However, all over the world, and this is not only for Latin America, but venture capitals have changed how they're investing. We're seeing a reduction in investments. We're seeing that their LPs, now that the dollar is, has an interest upwards 5-6%, it's really hard to get money to invest in risky assets, including startups. So not only Latin America, but all over the world, what we have seen is that in the next 2 or 3 years, many companies that raise money at crazy valuations between 2021 and 2022, that are starting to come back to the table to meet with investments in venture capitals to see if they can get another round, and it's becoming much more harder. So in the next 2 or 3 years, companies have to shift their focus from growing at all costs into building real companies that have good economics, that have good financials. And I think that's a risk that I see not only Latin America, but around the world.
Thank you, Juan Pablo, Heather, Okov, and Helen. That was really engaging. We're going to take a really brief, 5-minute coffee break here because we want to ensure that we're on time for the special address that's to follow. So if you could all try to come back as timely as possible, it'd be greatly appreciated.
You are fun and great. Have you seen? Really? Yeah.
Among these ladies, it's always fun.
Yeah, you're always fun. So, the award will be given to you right after. Okay, so 3:30 will give you the award or something because then the fire chat, I think, until we have to leave. So we'll do it as we say so much. And we will be amazed. Okay, thank you.
Just 3 of us. Just 3 of us are like a
That was really good. Congratulations. That was great remark. It's really something to see, right? It's really good. Thank you, Helen. Nice job.
Thank you.
Well done. It's great talk.
I'll look after you.
My name is Faith. I'm undergrad at Cornell. I'm studying government history and Chinese. And I'm actually studying abroad in Faith that next semester. Yeah, so it's a program where we intern while we take class. Make that semester. And for this contagion, we held Friday case competition. Yeah, but I saw that you worked in Amtrak, Beijing, the government affairs team. I know, yeah. I'm actually applying for the internship role there.
What am I doing wrong?
So if we could have everyone return to their seats, we'd like to get started with the next thing on our agenda here. Good. So next on our schedule of events for this afternoon, we have a very special conversation that will be led by our own esteemed Dean Curley, who's joining us today, obviously. And also, yes, and a round of applause is in order. And also, honored to have as our guest today, the former president of the Republic of Colombia, Iván Duque.
Good afternoon, dear friends of the Emerging Markets Institute. How about that? Yes, good afternoon. I have come every year to this conference, and I have to tell you, dear friends, it feels to me like a warm blanket to be here. That's what it feels like to me. This feels like my home. I'm honored to be able to do other things, but it is a warm blanket of goodness, and with all the gnarly issues that we deal with and talk about on this complex topic of doing business in emerging markets, but it is just so energizing, and I thank you all. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you His Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Colombia, Iván Duque. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So I'm going to say a few words about you, and then we'll talk. President Duque was the youngest elected president in Colombia's history, 41 years old, 2018, renowned global expert in security affairs, sustainability, conservation, green finance, and the energy transition. We're going to talk about that. He has served as a distinguished fellow of the Woodrow Wilson Center at Oxford University, and he holds distinguished roles with the WRI, the FIU, and the Bezos Earth Fund, and various other prestigious organizations, too many to list. I like to talk about his most notable achievements during his presidency, which is in terms of expanding environmental protections, launching Operation Artemisa to combat deforestation, and promoting the Letitia Pact for the Amazon's protection. And his administration was firmly and resolutely in the lead in addressing COVID-19 challenges with a robust healthcare system and in a very fiscally responsible way, ensuring resilience. I am also very pleased to inform you, dear friends, that President Duque has kindly agreed to serve, and this is an announcement, so please listen, as the inaugural Cornell Emerging Markets Institute Distinguished Fellow. This is a new program that aims to, and here's the quote, recognize excellence in an international career as defined by its positive social impact, and to provide opportunities for selected leaders and the university community to engage with each other. So we will be inviting President Duque during the spring this year to do regular visits in different installments of time where you will be able to interact with him and exchange your thoughts, and he will exchange his thoughts. And I cannot wait to welcome you to campus. It's going to be fantastic.
Dean, thank you so much. First of all, Dean Caroli, thank you so much for those kind words. And I have to say that I'm so honored to be here at Cornell Tech in New York. And I'm so honored to see so many fellow Colombians here in this room. I also want to thank Lourdes Casanova, who has been a friend for multiple years. And I have to say that I'm honored to be this inaugural Emerging Market Institute Fellow. And my aim is to be close to the students, close to faculty, and be able to exchange experiences. So let's initiate our conversation. And let me tell you that all these ambassadors from Colombia, men and women that are so brilliant that I've seen in this room, are going to convince all of the rest non-Colombians to come to Colombia pretty soon. So
all right,
it's a great honor to start with.
So the Tourism Council of Colombia is very excited. So what we were going to do for a few minutes, and somebody needs to make sure we watch because I'm going to get excited here and I'm going to be hard to stop. But I want to give a sampling of the kinds of conversations that I hope that we will have together, you will have together with President Duque. But I'm going to take the privilege of starting this off. So this year's conference's theme is Risks and Realignments, and we've had some sessions, and we're going to have some more sessions today. Risks and Realignments, huh? And it's all leading us to sort of reflect critically on, for example, geopolitical tensions that are out there, financial instability, heightening challenges for cross-border trade and capital flows involving emerging markets. Now, we had a conversation a few weeks ago leading up to this, and You said some magic words to me in the context of Latin America, a special region in the emerging markets, and that you said that it needs to be viewed in the context of two lenses, or you said, I think separately, two sides of the same coin. So I think I would like you to tell this group what you mean by that, and then leading up to ultimately the question of how optimistic do you think when you think about the prospects for Latin America as a special region?
Well, thank you so much, Dean. What I will begin by saying is that when we tend to see Latin America, or when the world tries to see Latin America, you find quite usually the idea that Latin America, it's a very complex, very difficult, and maybe not the excelling region in the world. And I always believe that we have to challenge that, some sort of common wisdom that is around. Because when you evaluate what has happened in Latin America in the last 3 decades, you'll see positive signals that speak by their own. First, now we have Mexico, we have Colombia, we have Chile and Costa Rica, the OECD, and more countries from LATAM wanting to enter the OECD. Case of Brazil, case of Peru, just to mention 2 more. Second thing, largest investment in education, in healthcare, largest expansion of the middle class, highest number of exports as a percentage of GDP, highest investments in roads and connectivity, and a substantial reduction of debts at early years in life, and at the same time, the largest expansion of the life expectancy. So those indicators, looking at the multidimensional poverty indexes as well, show that these decades have been very important for Latin. Now, we do have sometimes complicated political times, but it's important to say that even, for example, in this year, we might see that LATAM is going to reach the highest foreign direct investment ever reached by the region. Also, when you look on average on the increase of that FDI, in the last 2 years, it has increased almost 55%. So that tells you that even sometimes the common wisdom is challenged by evidence. And obviously, I still feel that there are risks. You have a regulatory risk in many countries just because we tend to have frequent reforms on the way we treat investment. Second, sometimes the way we deal with contracts, it's constantly changed over time. But when you see the vision of Latin America through long-term investments, I think Latin America today can tell us that the markets are bullish on the region. And I believe those are the 2 lenses that we have to keep. That doesn't mean that we can say everything is a beauty, but still, I think those indicators show that today LATAM is becoming a region with higher potential. And maybe we'll get to more details, but I'll close by saying this. Agricultural investments and agricultural exports are also reaching highest levels ever by the region.
So it's both in terms of capital flows, like foreign direct investments, but also in terms of the trade dimensions. Both are complementary and reinforcing, it seems. So notwithstanding that, we are seeing growth. Now, the second thing that we talked about, that I know that for which you feel great passion, because your record as president clearly showed this passion to the world, was about the green transformation of the world, and the roles and responsibilities that specifically private capital has to towards financing mitigation and adaptation for the transition. Yeah. And so I want you to talk as you see fit about what you think are the important mechanisms that are in place. How about maybe perhaps where there aren't, where we need new mechanisms, but they don't exist, and what the opportunities are there. So,
well, I think you raised a very important point there, Dean Carol, because The main challenge that we see in the emerging markets regarding climate, and I'm glad to see here Marco Troyo, who's a dear friend who's also at Oxford University. We had this conversation previously. Most of the emerging markets are highly indebted. When you look at the global South level of investments, according to the IMF, we're seeing an average of more than 90%, which is pretty high. So that means fiscal space for climate investments are very limited. And when you think about what options do you have to finance, well, the resources are not going to come from bilateral donors. I mean, we could receive resources, but they're not going to be the ones that are going to move the needle. And neither is going to be pure philanthropic resources, because they can be leveraged, but they don't make a difference to move the needle substantially. So the question is, what can move the needle for climate investment in emerging markets, and particularly in LATAM? And that's where I believe the concept of trustworthy and integral carbon markets will play a role through carbon credits, through green bonds, through corporate green bonds, but also, and this is very important, through guarantees and through biodiversity credits. And if we don't have that clear, we're just going to commit a big mistake. So it's very important to connect the climate needs with the funding from a market perspective. And I will add to that, that the other important benefit that Latin America plays in the world adaptation is that we know the Amazon is important. And maybe the world has a slight view that the Amazon is important. But if we don't get the Amazon right, we're not going to meet the NDCs from the Western Hemisphere by 2030, nor the indicators by 2050. And the fact is that we have lost more than 25% of the Amazonic land due to deforestation. And the only way that we are going to protect this very important hotspot, it's by creating market-driven, nature-based solutions for conservation, for restoration, and at the same time for biodiversity protection. And I think the best way in which we can make this work is to effectively be able to quantify what biodiversity is. Colombia is a superpower of biodiversity, second more biodiverse country in terms of size, and the highest levels of biodiversity by unit of territory. And if a country like Colombia is able to determine what is the value, we will be able also to get market solutions to pay for conservation. And I think this is not only a great potential for the region, but a great opportunity for corporate involvement and corporate contribution through the climate crisis, through the protection of biodiversity.
I'm really glad you're talking about this. This is my big passion right now. For those who have seen me giving speeches and talks about this, is about the role of private capital and mobilization to deal with biodiversity loss. And you're absolutely right. Colombia is in the center of this, being the #2 most biodiverse country in the world. I was thinking, I had statistics here, 63,000 species registered in Colombia, of which 14% are endemic. Second most biologically diverse nation on the planet. Colombia can be a real important point of departure for so many others who are not paying attention to this.
Well,
Yeah,
Dina, I have to say something, and it's not to talk about my previous experience as president, but it's about the political willingness and also the consensus that is needed. We have very polarized politics, as happens all over the planet. But we can say that we were able to pass unanimously in the Colombian Congress, the Climate Action Bill, in which we said we're going to reduce by 51% our emissions by 2030. And we launched the idea of becoming carbon neutral by 2050. And this bill allows us to follow closely all the evolution of the different policies. But I'll mention 3 things that happened through market mechanisms. 1, we were able to pass from 13% declared protected areas to more than 30%. On maritime areas, 38%. On land, 31%. And we did it 8 years before the year 2030, which is the global end line. Second, when we started the administration, I remember that I called the team that we had in the energy sector with Minister Suarez and Vice Minister Mesa, who later became the minister. And we saw that Colombia had only 0.2% of the energy matrix in non-conventional renewable energy. So we said, okay, let's launch an auction. And the first auction was a disaster. No new projects came for those non-conventional renewable energies. And I remember Minister Suarez came to my office and said, I'm resigning. And I said, no, we learned from this experience. And then we launched a edge-to-edge auction. Both edges, buyers and sellers. And Dean, we passed from less than 50 megawatts to more than 2,000 megawatts in construction already built and operating in Colombia. And besides that, and I'm glad the former president of Petrobras is also here, we made Ecopetrol become the largest generator or auto generator with non-conventional renewable energies. And third, and I'll finish with this, we were also launching another message. And it's, okay, how can we present Colombia to the markets to be able to have trustworthiness? And we were the first country in this hemisphere to have a green taxonomy of all the environmental policies. We launched it here in New York at the New York Stock Exchange, and we were able to launch 2 green bonds with 7% greenium based on credible indicators. So if there's anyone that can doubt that markets can be a solution, there you have 3 indicators that have worked alongside with the market.
So I think this is wonderful. Thank you very much for that. I feel like I'm standing up and applauding, but we will in a minute. But I would like you to take one more step and say, as clear as it has been, that these type of, I'll call them public-private partnerships, incentive-based programs spurred on by your administration and subsequently towards fostering this transition. Why, and speculate with me, why is it, do you think it's so hard for other countries? Yes. 121 have now signed on to the Kunming, Montreal Convention on Biological Diversity in December. Yes, that happened. But why is it so hard in other places? Not just emerging markets, okay? This is all developed market challenge too. Why do you think it's so hard for them to, quote unquote, get it?
Well, I think we have to see this with a criteria that is very important. And I'm recently reading a new book by Tim Marshall on geography. And Tim Marshall has made these arguments about how geography matters in terms of development policies. And in fact, geography matters. We are blessed in Colombia because our energy matrix has 75% of the energy matrix in hydropower. And we have land in La Guajira with the possibility of maybe installing over years more than 40 gigawatts of solar and wind. We have higher speeds of wind than the northern part of Denmark. And there are other parts in Latin America that can also be possible. But there's something that I have to say, and this is a headline that I've used many times. There's no transition without transmission. So we say, okay, let's install the windmills. Let's put the solar panels. That's fine, but we need to connect it to the grid. And some of the most important challenges is the time that it's taking the previous consultations for these kinds of projects. And people say, okay, it takes time. Yes, we know it takes time, but it happens that time is part of your project finance. And if time becomes a liability, then the investors will move forward in other regions where the timing, the contracts, the taxes are more stable, and we will lose an opportunity. So it doesn't mean to leave communities aside, but we have to involve communities in order to accelerate the timing of this transition, because as I said, without transmission, there's no transition. And also the other thing that I will highlight, Dean, is we need to understand that companies have to invest in biodiversity protection. people believe, okay, that's a nice thing to do. It's a moral thing to do. It's an existential thing to do. And if we get to involve more companies in restoration, in recovery, and at the same time in protecting biological space, and especially considering that we have lost almost 70% of the world wildlife in the last 5 decades, which is a biocide, we can get companies to become the accelerator, the most viable accelerator of a massive mobilization of capital that is needed for these purposes around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural Emerging Market Distinguished Fellow, President Ivan Duque. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate that.
I think it's going to be a great visit. It's a great
Thank
honor.
you very
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is this swag? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There's a book. That's great. I look forward to welcoming you. It's going to be fantastic. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you. Oh yeah, and this is really important. This is really important. Thank you. Great. Oh, one more, Marco. One thing we know about the Emerging Markets Institute conferences, we like to take pictures. We very much like to take pictures. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. So can I invite Gail to come on up for this next part, if you don't mind? Lourdes, would you like to join at this point as well for this presentation? I know Gail would like to. Gail's going to join me here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gail Cañizares. Very, very, very important supporter of our work, our good work here at the Emerging Markets Institute. And well beyond, and well beyond. So I'm going to look at my notes, forgive me, because I want to make sure I get all these things correct. It is my honor now to announce this year's winner of the Cornell Emerging Markets Institute's Cañizares Family Distinguished Alumni Award. And that award winner is none other than Heather Henyon, founding partner of Mindshift Capital and proud Johnson School MBA alum. So you have heard Heather speak. I'm going to say a few words, but first of all, you need to know that this award recognizes professional and business career accomplishments, as well as social and human development in emerging markets related to Cornell University's mission to do the greatest good. That's what we Cornellians do. We go out into the world to do the greatest good. You've heard that before. The words of Ezra Cornell himself. This 2023 selection committee members, which included past year's recipient, Paul Kavuma, MBA 93, they cited Heather's innovative and social entrepreneurial spirit as founding partner of Mindshift Capital, this global venture fund you heard about in the previous section, based in Dubai, that invests exclusively in early stage women-led technology companies. It's backed 18 companies led by 24 female founders in 5 different countries. She has almost 20 years of experience in venture finance, entrepreneurship, emerging markets, angel investing. You heard about her involvement with the Women's Angel Investing Network. You heard about her founding the Grameen Jameel Microfinance Corporation. Lots and lots of deals. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot tell you how proud and pleased we are to be able to honor Heather Henyon as the 2023 Emerging Markets Distinguished Alumni, Cañizares family Distinguished Alumni. Would you like to say a few words to everybody out there?
Well, thank you so much first, of course, to the Cañizares family for bestowing the award. And thank you, Dean Carlai and the Johnson School and and Lourdes, who's now out in the corridor. But thank you, Lourdes. So thank you. This is such a great honor, and it's really nice to be recognized because there's a lot of work, as many of you probably can imagine, going into getting to this point and creating something like Mindshift Capital. And yeah, I'm very honored. I'm also want to say thank you to one of my longtime mentors who's here in the audience with us, Michaela Walsh, who's the founder of Women's World Banking and Microfinance. Michaela, can you stand up? So I don't know if anyone knows Women's World Banking, but it is a phenomenal organization. They were one of the pioneers of microfinance. So, okay, thank you, Michaela. I don't know. Do you want to come, Michaela? No. Yeah. So Michaela, actually, I heard her speak in 2005, right when I had started with Grameen Jameel. She was also the first woman to open an office for Merrill Lynch in Lebanon. So she has quite a career, and it was just a source of inspiration for me, as I hope that I can be for the next generation of women who follow in our footsteps, because we're going to get way beyond this, 2% of capital that's going to women, inshallah, as we say in the Middle East. So we really want to see more investors, more founders, more entrepreneurs, more women in business. And we believe that there's a rising tide from the generation of girls who I see on the ground. I do also a lot of sports coaching because I played soccer all my life. And for me, it's the sport of the world and a way that we can create and build humanity, actually. But I believe that this new pipeline, this new generation, it's phenomenal. So I encourage all of the women, the girls, to keep going and keep striving. And I believe that we're making progress, as difficult as it feels sometimes. So thank you very much. Thank you to my family, to my son, Alec, who's here, my husband, Armin Vartanyan, who also, I met him. He's one of the best things to come out of Cornell. He was one of my classmates at the Johnson School. So and then, obviously Alec and my other son, Maxime Vartanyan, who can't be here because he's ill, but they are the best byproducts of the Cornell experience, I think. So thank you so much.
Well, you present it. Go ahead. Present it, Sarah. Do you want to say a few words? Turn on the mic. They're on.
They're all on? Yes, apparently they are on. First of all, I want to say that I am really pleased. I'm in awe of all that you have done. We lived overseas a long time. We still spend a lot of time overseas. And I'm always struck by the differences in what women are allowed to do or supposed to do. Granted, here in the US, there's still a lot we're not supposed to do. But we do it anyway sometimes. We try. We keep pushing forward. But to go into some of the areas that you've gone in to, you are truly a trailblazer. And it is such an honor to put down the microphone and
So, so the symbolism is to push. I talked about the Sisyphus myth, and this one, the stone is up there and it stays there, thanks to pushing by leaders like you. So thank you very much. And also the previous leader you heard as well, so very important leaders who do their best to the improvement of emerging markets. So thank you. Thank you.
Program back to part of it.
That was a thank you for the incredible chat, Gene, with the former president. That was both positive and uplifting. It's good to have some good news in these difficult times. And also congratulations to Heather Henyon for the award. We definitely appreciate you being here with us today and sharing your thoughts. Coming up now, we have our next panel on realignments. It's going to be multilaterals and sovereign wealth funds. And it's going to look at the interplay between multilateral organizations and sovereign wealth funds and how these entities are reshaping the global economic landscape. We'll be joined by Shanti Shamdasani, who is the CEO and founder of the ASEAN International Advocacy and Consultancy Group. Marcos Troyo, the former president of the New Development Bank and Transformational Leadership Fellow at the University of Oxford, as well as Joyce Chang, who is the chair of research at JP Morgan's Corporate and Investment Bank.
Thank you, Clarence. And Vera Songway is also going to be joining us virtually whenever. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sana Alibai, and I am a student here at Cornell Tech and a proud member of the Emerging Markets Institute. And this conference and topic is ever relevant to me because I was born in the Congo and grew up in Kenya, and most of my work has been in emerging markets. So it is my honor and absolute pleasure to be moderating this panel today. I welcome you to this thought-provoking and insightful discussion on the intersection of multilateral institutions and sovereign wealth funds. As our world becomes increasingly interconnected and as financial markets grow more complex, the role of multilateral institutions and sovereign wealth funds has never been more significant. Our esteemed panelists, experts in their respective fields, bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to shed some light on the intricate relationship between the entities. And I'm super proud to introduce our panelists today. And I think Clarence sort of gave us a little bit of a heads up, but I'll do it again. We have Joyce Chang, who is the chair of global research for JP Morgan's Corporate and Investment Bank. Vera Songway, who's joining us virtually, and she is the chair and founder of the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility. Marcos Troyo, who is a transformational leadership fellow at the University of Oxford and distinguished fellow at INSEAD, and Shanti Shamdasani, who is the CEO and founder of ASEAN International Advocacy and Consultancy. So today we aim to explore the strategies, the challenges, and the opportunities presented by the collaboration between multilaterals and sovereign wealth funds, as well as the broader implications for global finance, geopolitics, and the pursuit of sustainable development goals. So we'll begin with the opening remarks from all of our panelists, followed by some Q&A, and then the Slido will be up, so I invite the audience to participate with questions if they have any, and we'll kick things off with Joyce to begin our discussion.
It's wonderful to be here again with all of you, and I thank Lourdes for her commitment for bringing such a diverse group of policymakers, academia, and students together. And we are at a moment for emerging markets where there's a lot to talk about. But the first thing I would say is that what has stood out over the last few years is the resilience of emerging markets, and Latin America has been a standout. When we do surveys on where are you likely to increase your investment, Mexico comes out number one. Brazil comes out in the top three. And even as we take a look at these economic forecasts with still concerns about whether there will be a recession, we see that in Latin America next year, we have Latin America growing above the developed markets, at north of 2%. And there's a lot that I would say about the resilience of Latin America and of the emerging markets countries ex-China. They didn't increase the fiscal spending the way that we saw in the developed markets. There was the adherence to inflation targeting, and there was much earlier action that was taken by the central banks, to raise rates, where they started in the first quarter of 2021, where they've already been in the position of easing. But we're also seeing more challenges now. There are fears that inflation is coming back, higher energy prices, that we may have sort of plateaued at how much inflation can come down. And there is concern about the ability to ease rates further. Although we do see in Latin America, for Brazil, we still think that we'll have a lot of easing that comes out of Brazil from very high real rates, but a little bit more of a mixed picture here. And I think, as we've heard, the debt has been a challenge. We saw a very big increase in debt levels during the pandemic, along with the fiscal deficits. It was actually less of an increase in the emerging markets ex-China countries than in the US and China, which really, both of them together, have increased their debt burden to such an extent that they're half of global debt. China has a debt ratio of 282% of GDP. So very responsible policies that were taken. But now we've moved into this realm with the move in real yields and in treasury yields, which is much higher, which is, I think, much more complicated now for emerging markets. So I wanted to talk about some of those challenges. And what the slide shows is just that many countries were able to borrow at low cost. Borrow longer maturities, but if you were to borrow today, given how the markets have repriced with US Treasury yields having hit 5%, it's a much higher financing cost and a much higher bar. It makes the multilateral development bank financing even more important, and finding creative ways to leverage that financing. But what you can see is, this is a very interesting chart. You can see that during the pandemic, the yellow bars are the private sector financing. Emerging markets became very dependent on the multilateral development bank financing. You can see that the yellow bars, which were private sector financing, was very high when it was low interest rates. It became a bit more complicated. And you can also see for the frontier markets that their debt really from the mid-1990s until now went up considerably. And this is where we do see some challenges in the frontier markets countries. Many of them will have to be in the market. The African countries, they can't afford to stay out of the market. And there's a lot more restructurings that will probably need to occur there when you look at the financing needs. And we've seen a complicated period. And what you can see here is really the appeal of some of the Latin American countries, but that's distinct from some of the other emerging market stories. So you still have very high returns that are available in Latin America, in Brazil, and in Mexico. But you can actually see that in emerging Asia, you actually earn more for owning a 10-year treasury bond or 30-year gilts than in owning emerging Asia. And if you look at the overall emerging markets index, the yield right now at about 6.8% is only 30 basis points higher than a US high-grade corporate bond. This makes it even more important to have creative solutions to leverage the multilateral development bank financing, to use the guarantees, to see if a multilateral financing can be more innovative, to take first losses to encourage capital in this environment that's changing as developed market yields run higher. But you can see that we are seeing some pressure on the capital flows to emerging markets, that after a period where they went up considerably during the pandemic, that has come down. And some of this is showing up in FDI flows. overall. So, and with the geopolitical risk as well, the geopolitical risk usually leads to credit spreads moving higher. So a real congratulations to the emerging markets for navigating all of these challenges so well. A bit of a different environment now that some of the developed market yields are almost in line with emerging markets, and an even bigger role for the multilateral development banks to play here.
So thank you so much, Joyce. So if I can just maybe ask, if emerging market equity funds are outpacing developed market rivals in attracting cash inflows, and seeing as how their policies have been more responsible in managing the fiscal deficit, what is the macro outlook for the emerging market?
So I think that there's real differentiation within emerging markets. We've seen very strong interest in Mexico, Brazil, and in India as stories. We've seen the frontier markets facing greater challenges. But I think that the things that we have always talked about at this conference, the importance of transparency, adhering to inflation targets, the responsible fiscal management, and that kind of economic resilience, those stories have stood out. And I think that one of the challenges you have for emerging markets right now is that this responsible management, it's actually outperformed U.S. Treasuries. So as Treasury yields have moved up to 5%, you've seen emerging markets outperforming by 50 basis points. But that means that right now your return for an emerging markets versus a developed market is not so far apart. And that's really the question that's being asked is, what is the right risk premium to put on this? And how can official creditors help mobilize this capital to come in? Because it may not be as easy to raise funding in this higher yield environment.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And a special thanks for you coming out here because, Joyce is here with a broken foot, you guys. So thank you. Thank you for
all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And just, the passion to bring together people to think about innovation and solutions, because the financing needs are astronomical on the climate transition. We probably need to raise, anywhere, if you look at the estimates, to 3 to 4 times what is being raised right now.
Yeah. Thank you for your input. And if I can pass the microphone over to Marcos, who can give us some opening remarks on your work and your thoughts on the topic.
Thank you very much, Sana. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure and honor to be here with my fellow panel members. Lourdes, once again, I appreciate the distinction. Sana, globalization is evolving. And the way in which it is evolving, emerging markets will play a leading role. And I say that because perhaps it is possible to identify out there 4 key drivers that will very much influence how the world is shaped over the course of the next 25 years. I'm going to briefly mention this 4, and I think it will become very clear how essential the role of multilateral development institutions is in a way going forward. The first driver is today is the 3rd of November, 2023. On the 3rd of November, 2048, so 25 years from now, the world population will have moved from the current 8 billion people to 10 billion people. We're looking at a net expansion of the world's population of 2 billion people in the course of the next 25 years. The other day, Sana, I tried to look at how long it took to the world to reach a population of 2 billion people. There was this chief economist of the OECD, Angus Maddison, a professor of economics, and he was a very ambitious man. And he tried to gauge not only what was the world's population in the year Jesus was born, but also what was global GDP the year Jesus was born. So the world population, when Jesus was born, was 150 million people, the current population of Russia, for example. You know how many years went by before the world had 2,150 million people? That was in the year 1929. So in the next quarter century, we're going to have a population increase in the world that it took the world 1,929 years to reach, right? And if we cross the East River here, we go to the other way, to the other margin, United Nations, we're on First Avenue. We look at all of those flags. There are 193 flags out there because there are 193 seats at the United Nations. This population increase of 2 billion is only going to come from 9 countries. India, Pakistan. There's going to be a marginal increase in the population here in the United States. And all of the other 6 countries are from sub-Saharan Africa. So keep that in mind and what that will represent to how the world will be reconfigured. The second driver, Sana, is if you take into consideration the G7 countries, right, the mature industrial or post-industrial economies of the developed world. So the US, Japan, Germany, UK, France, Italy, and Canada. Last year, 2022, they had a combined GDP measured at purchasing power parity terms of $48 trillion. Okay, that's the wealth combined produced in a year, measured at purchasing power parity over at the G7. But now if we take a look into what I like to call the E7, the biggest 7 emerging economies of the world, so China, India, Indonesia, Brazil, Russia, Turkey, and Mexico. Last year, they had a combined GDP measured at PPP terms of $58 trillion. So in terms of, once again, purchase power parity, the biggest 7 emerging economies of the world are already some 20% bigger than the traditional G7. So then think of the connection between these 2 drivers, right? If you are going to have such a dramatic expansion of the population, if you are going to have a bigger and bigger slice of the global GDP pie being represented by emerging economies, and as a matter of fact, whether you're looking at an arc of history of 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 25 years, the contribution to the expansion of global GDP is not necessarily going to come from the OECD countries. It is going to come from big emerging economies. And once again, think of the convergence of these 2 drivers and try to answer 3 questions. 1, where is the world's food going to come from? Because if you look at a country like India, for example, whose GDP per capita today sits at about $3,000, in a country like India growing at 7% a year, double its income per capita in only 10 years, do you know what's the destination of the incremental income when you move at such a high speed from such a low income per capita base from $3,000 to $6,000 a year? People eat more. They eat more, and then they eat better. So it's a calorie revolution, but it's also a nutrition revolution. And the second question is, where is the world's energy going to come from? Where are the infrastructure inputs going to come from? Who's going to finance that? And then there is the third question is, how important will be mobilizing the resources to push the transition to the green economy forward? Third characteristic of how globalization will be playing out in the next couple of years is, I am sure everyone here is an eyewitness to a redrafting of the so-called global supply chains. And one of the most interesting phenomena associated with this trend is the deindustrialization of China. It's not only because of geopolitics. Of course, something I like to call geoeconomic security is playing a role in nearshoring, reshoring, friendshoring away from China. There is decoupling taking place, but there's also a lot of neo-coupling taking place, new connections with China that were no longer there. But traditional manufacturing is going to other parts of the world, to India, to Mexico. It's very visible, right? But it's also because some emerging economies are being able to reskill their workforce, which adds an additional element of attraction to how these global value chains are being reconfigured. Today, there are more engineers coming out of universities in Mexico every year than in the United States. Right? And then the fourth characteristic, which once again has a lot to do with Joyce just described, is the metamorphosis of infrastructure, right? We used to think about infrastructure as being physical things, tangible things, and there is a separate sphere called the digital infrastructure. Everything is being blended together. There is a marriage between the physical and the digital aspects of infrastructure. So we either talk about tech-intensive infrastructure or we don't talk about it anymore. And then, and therefore I conclude my initial remarks, Sana, if you put together the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the New Development, you put them all together. In their collective efforts, they only account for about 5% of the emerging world infrastructure needs. So the kind of benefits that they produce because they're generating cooperation, understanding, and best practices disseminated across the board is in the short run more valuable than the actual financial contribution that they're able to mobilize. Which means that without the connections with sovereign wealth funds, with private capital, with a very complex and sophisticated financial system that we now have in place, the outreach of multilateral development banks will continue to be very limited, right? So multilateral development banks have to see themselves as musicians in an orchestra and not a musician playing solo out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marco. So you raise a really important point about how multilaterals are both key, but rather insufficient in addressing the needs of the emerging markets. So how do you see them playing a role in shaping the strategies to achieve the financial and developmental objectives over the next, however long?
Well, Sana, I think multilateral development institutions at one point were seen as reflections of a particular global order, right? I mean, you think about the World Bank, and it's impossible to dissociate the setting up of that institution with the fact that in the second half of the 1940s, the United States emerges as perhaps the biggest victor of World War II, and the US is responsible for 50% of the global GDP. Today, the US accounts for about 22% of global output. There are new kids on the block. So the multilateral development universe has to reflect this new realities in terms of the flows of power and wealth and influence. One mistake that this new institution should avoid, and I say that from the perspective of having led the BRICS Bank for a couple of years. I was CEO of the bank, but I was chair of the board of directors for a while, is to think that they can present an alternative that is positioned as an anti-Western perspective to the existing system. We're all much better off by having multilateral development banks that talk to each other, that interact with each other, that mobilize resources together, that share experiences. Then creating what I like to name multilateralism. So like as if there was a multilateralism that emerged from a Western world dominated order, and there's another one now that is springing from the new power realities in the developing world. So once again, the notion of complementarity is key for the multilateral development world to prosper, especially because one of the most negative traits of the global scenario that we have today is that there is a major deficit of cooperation involving the world's most important powers. I think, for example, of the context right after the Great Recession in 2008, when the G20 started to gain traction, if China's economic performance was positive, that meant a good thing to the United States. It meant a good thing to Europe. If Russia's economic performance was a positive one, everyone was feeling that the tide was going up to all boats. We are no longer in that scenario. We are no longer in that scenario. And I'm very concerned about how this deficit of cooperation may bring about divisions in global affairs that will be very hard to bridge.
Thank you so much for your insights. They're so valuable. And if we can open up the floor for Shanti to give us some opening remarks.
Thanks, Sana. And I'd like to start by thanking Lourdes for giving me this opportunity and the Cornell University. I'd like to bring a little bit of a different perspective because I come from Southeast Asia. I'm from Indonesia. I'll be in US for at least 3 weeks because I've got various speaking engagements. But the growth in Asia has been the center of attention for quite a couple of years now. Everybody's talking about the global South. Everybody's looking at Indo-Pacific. I'm working closely with the US government on the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic basically framework. My point, the point that I would like to make here is that, and before I start with my narrative, is I just want to ask one question. How many of you here have heard the word Belt and Road Initiative? Okay. So 50-50, I suppose, right? Now, post-COVID, what we have seen, and I'm talking this in perspective of more of a Asia rather than the global, what we have seen post-COVID is there is a global anxiety stemming in the sense that, and this is very much evident in the sense that countries have gone more into looking at their national interests post-COVID. The foreign trade agreements that we have been working on in terms of forming multilateral, bilateral ties in terms of trades and services, that's sort of like just halted for a while governments look more domestic, more internal. And this is very much evident, for example, India as well. India signed out of RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. If you have heard this, they signed out because of the fear of becoming a global player, because they have a lot of domestic interests that they need to protect. And so other countries we see taking a little bit more of that route. Now, when we talk about the sovereign wealth fund here, there are two issues with this, and which a lot of times we don't hear this because in the past, and more likely in the last 1 decade, we see a lot of growth taking place. But the issues around the sovereign wealth fund is that the ownership and the control. We don't know who holds the ownership and the control. Now, we know that the sovereign wealth fund is basically managed by governments. It is a surplus from trade that they have, which they use to build their infrastructure and other economic development. And then they also invest in other foreign areas, right? But at the end of the day, we fail to realize when they're investing, who actually have the control over this. For example, two of the largest sovereign wealth fund we have is China and Abu Dhabi, right? Now, China have invested more than 3 billion in Blackstone. So, and Blackstone is the largest, equity fund, provider here. Now, moving forward, we see all this infrastructure that is being built, and we know that some of it comes from foreign investors, some of it comes from the private equity funds, and some of it comes from the, the global, the sovereign wealth fund. Now, in terms of building multilateral and bilateral ties, and this is something that we have seen, we have heard a lot of the word multilateral in the past 10 years, for example, is that to really achieve that global economic balance cross-border, and we see a lot of this taking place in Southeast Asia. Now, the diversified portfolio that they have placed, and this also, some of it goes into supporting the SDG goals, which we have. Question we have here is the transparency part. How many of us have actually gotten the report on billions and billions of dollars that is put into a project, and we have seen the transparency report? What actually happened to that, right? Now, this is, can this continue in the times of economic lethargy? I think we are in a phase where our economy is totally lethargic. And I'm not just talking about the global, but also in Southeast Asia, we see that happening. The growth rate prediction have been revised by IMF a couple of times. Nonetheless, Southeast Asia or even the Asia Pacific continue to be the growth driver for the world. Now, having said that, a lot of the multilateral, bilateral, and the infrastructure investment, whether it comes from sovereign wealth fund or from other sources, will be directed towards the Indo-Pacific, right? But who is there to really say, or who is there to really watch what the directions are? Who is behind all this portfolio that we are developing? Who owns it? Today, the world have problem with China's Belt Road Initiative, because China's Belt Road Initiative is a mega investment that they have put across the globe. This is one of the best example of multilateralism that we have seen in our history, right from Asia, Russia, Europe, all the way to even Antarctica. They have this put in place. Now, the fear is that there is a dominance control, not just economic, but political. And we have seen this happening in Pakistan. We have seen this happening in Bangladesh, right? We have seen the story of this. This is as a result of a mega investment, whether it comes from sovereign wealth fund. But the thing is, the key